Yes, good evening, good morning, good afternoon. Wherever you are in the world, welcome to Football Heritage TV. It is match day, and I don't know if that's a good thing these days or not, but it is match day. And as my guest said earlier, I believe in his video, they come around a bit too quick at the moment. Iggy, how we doing, man? You well?
Yeah, do you know what? I'm all right. I'm all right. Considering the news today, as the fella behind me here, it was good. Looking forward to the game. I say looking forward to the game loosely, but yeah, looking forward to the game.
We'll get into it. And yeah, look, rest in peace to Totò Schillaci. I mean, depending on people's age, I mean, we were talking about it backstage that this was a guy that he wasn't even the main man, and he took his opportunity. Baggio got injured, and then he just rattled off goals when it mattered. And he was from an era, Iggy, where strikers weren't talked about because they were good because they pressed or they ran the channels. They were just good strikers, right? And this guy was very good.
I don't want to swear so early, but all the ones that brought in Pooh Hazard and all of that. No.
Yeah, man, you're
This
right.
guy, opportunity, bang, goals, and that's all it was. It was just he waited for his moment and he took it at every opportunity going.
Yeah,
So just
absolutely.
hunger, just total hunger to succeed and wanted to score, and it was just an animal. It was just an animal, and he just had that look about him. And for those of you who've got a bit of an older head like mine, would remember his eyes, man. I said it to you earlier as well. His eyes, his hunger, his eyes lit up as soon as the goal was at his mercy, and the celebrations were ones that we still remember. How many years on now? 35 years on, 34 years on.
Yeah,
It's incredible.
a
It's
long that makes
well,
me feel old
he
when you.
may be gone, but his name would always live in eternal of those.
He was part of that generation in the 90s where there were just top strikers everywhere, and
Incredible, everything.
Italy. It's for anyone not in that era. Italian football in the 90s was
Incredible.
something
No,
else,
it's
something else. But listen, Iggy, talking about people that are hungry, desire,
we're
will to
gonna go.
win.
We're gonna take a nosedive here. I feel it.
Tottenham Hotspur. Look,
There we go.
we'll get into the Coventry game more in the second half of this hour. We've got Iggy until 7. So look, you'll be jumping off probably just after the team has been announced.
Yeah,
Um,
I'll stay for the team announcement. I'll stay for the
okay,
team
you stay for
announcement.
the team announcement. Oh, I can't wait to see who's playing today. Iggy, look, anytime you watch a YouTube show at the moment, any article you read on, I
Yeah,
don't care, Reddit,
doom and
Instagram, the
gloom.
newspapers, Facebook, anything you see anywhere, Talk Sport, BT, Sky, Tottenham are now being talked about again. And it's all for the wrong reasons. And it feels like the honeymoon period that a lot of people were really clinging on to, Iggy. It feels like that was years ago. What's your take on what's going on with Spurs, Ange Postecoglou getting a lot of flack, the players? What's your feeling on Tottenham at the moment?
Do you know what? It feels like like I said this in yesterday's stream. It feels like a film that's been watched over and over and over again. It's the
Yeah,
same. I mean, hoping for a different outcome, and you're watching the same film, and you're like, no, there's no different outcome here.
yeah,
If it carries on this way, the inevitable will happen yet again, and the common denominators will always be getting away with it as per usual. And
yeah.
it's like, and do you know what? Tottenham have become that club where everyone has their 20 pence, where everyone would have something never good to say. It's always that banter club.
Oh,
I
for
don't
sure.
hear anything to mid-table down or mid-table up. I don't hear anyway the way any other club really in the way that Spurs are ridiculed. And for a Big Six club, if we can call ourselves still that, I'm a bit. When people say we're in the Big Six, I'm like, maybe in terms of size of the club and what have you, but in terms of the way we go about things, we're not. And we're just that club that is just a constant, because you know why? Because it's a rinse and repeat. It's the same old, same old. Whoever talks about us goes, same old Tottenham, trophyless, and then this and the cabinet and this and all this other stuff and you're just that, you know what, you just have to sit there and just take, as a fan, all you can do is just sit there and take it, because not really much else we can do about it. We tried, don't get me wrong, we have tried, but we shall see.
It's interesting, isn't it, Iggy? Because look, I always say this, and I'm genuine when I say this. Everything this club does, from manager appointments, player signings, NFL concerts, everything divides the fan base. Like, everybody's got an idea of what Tottenham should be, and none of us are ever on the same hymn sheet. Now, I'm not saying other clubs don't have that, but I feel like we've been in this perpetual state of mockery, if I can say that. That's not the easiest sentence. A perpetual state of mockery. That's going to be the title of my autobiography. And I just feel like we don't do a lot to help ourselves. We talk to everybody else out there. We're a big club. This is different. This manager's going to change it. This group of young players are the best group of young players in the world. Solanke's going to do this. Son's this. Madison's this. None of it comes to fruition, and we're just going around in circles. So the question I've got for you off the back of all of that is, where are you in terms of Ange? Because a lot of the reason I'm seeing from people as to why they wouldn't get rid of Ange isn't really about Ange. It's more about, but we've sacked loads of people and we can't do it again. Is that a good enough reason to keep a manager that is struggling?
Look, for me, if Ange carries on, big up. If Ange carries on with this sort of results, or certainly similar to the results we've been picking up since the beginning of the season, it's not sustainable. So every manager is purely judged upon results. But I say this again. For me, the issue is not Ange. At the same time, it isn't Ange, if you know what I mean. It's not from the footballing point of view. Of course, he has his faults. The conceding from set pieces yet again. The amount of goals that we're conceding, persisting on something that isn't quite working, not having a plan B, not changing it. Buying two quality players like Bergvall and Gray and not throwing them on in the North London derby that we're losing. Putting Werner on for Madison. There are those things that I've seen that makes me question him per se. He's not absolved of any criticism, far from it. But I look beyond that. And I think to myself, out of all the problems that we may have from a footballing perspective at Tottenham Hotspur, is Ange Postecoglou really the problem when we've had he is just one of many that have come by. So he needs to be accountable for everything that I've said, and plus players coming in. He's having numerous amount of times he's said that he's been part of selecting those players that come in. Now he's also got baited in a post-match analysis or in a post-match interview saying, I always win the second season. So it was almost like now he's flexing a little bit because he got pushed back in the corner and his ego came out a little bit, which is nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Now that he's actually come out and said it, he's put himself in a little bit of a situation there. So big up, guys. Big up to everyone on the side low. So here we are now, saying, whilst I don't dissolve of him of anything, of course I don't. I just think to myself, mate, I've said it earlier on. We've seen this film over and over again. But now we're going into this game thinking Postecoglou or Impostacoglu, as they're calling him, or Impostanoclu. I've heard that one today as well. And you go into the Coventry game, you shouldn't be going into it nervy. But here we are. Here we are. The closer it gets to kickoff, I feel myself getting a bit nervy, and I'm thinking that's not a good sign. And Brentford, if we don't start picking up results or go through tonight, his situation or his position becomes it's unattainable. That's the word I'm looking for. So where do we go from here, mate? I don't know, man. Because even if we do get to win, it's going to be Mason 3.0 again, isn't it? So that's where we're going towards.
Do you know the funny thing is? I said the other day, I think it might have been on top. Tottenham away. Big up, please go over and subscribe to Tottenham away as well. Big up to everyone in the chat who said hello. Sorry if I haven't brought up your comment. It's not. There's a lot of comments, and sometimes it's really difficult to see.
They understand. Don't worry. They understand the people.
They get it. And I'll keep you updated, everybody, with any Champions League goals. There has been one goal already. Sparta Prague are 1-0 up against Salzburg for anybody that cares. And for anyone that cares on my channel, everyone knows I like an ACCA. I have got an ACCA. And Iggy, I don't know if you know about this. Sunday, I had a 9-team ACCA to win £4,000 off 25 quid.
Never guess they let you down.
Inter Milan were the last game. And Inter Milan let me down. So I had to cash out when I got down to £1,000. So it was still a good win.
Yeah.
And then last night, 10 teams for 1,600 quid off 25 quid. Fulham. Fulham away at Preston. So when the penalty shootout came around, I'll be honest, I turned into a big kid. I was going, come on, Preston, knock out Fulham. Anyway, guys, girls, look, Iggy, I was saying that everyone keeps going, oh my God, if he gets sacked, we'll have Ryan Mason. I genuinely don't think that it matters.
No, this is what I'm saying. What does it matter whether Postecoglou stays or gets sacked? For me personally, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because Mason's not going to come in and do any better. It might have a short-term solution, but it ain't gonna. He's done it already, so it's not going to resolve anything. So sacking Postecoglou is not in the grand scheme of things going to be. It's going to be like, here we go again. It's a merry-go-round, and I'm thinking to myself, when will the accountability of everybody, not just the manager, but everybody's accountability come into question? Also, our accountability as fans, or as YouTubers, whatever you want to say. Where does that accountability come into? You think, well, what do you mean? What we got to do? But no, we have a lot, man. The fans have a lot of say in a football club.
Yeah,
they may not feel it, but they have, man.
Of course, yeah. Look, I think. Look, what I find interesting is I'm seeing a lot of people that were very positive. I kind of lost patience with this guy midway through last season, and not because we hit a few bad results. The thing for me, Iggy, was any manager coming in, you're going to have that new manager bounce. Our new manager bounce was an exceptional new manager bounce, and we can't complain. For me, though, what shows you how good a manager is when things start to not go so well, what's the tweaks? What are you handling? What I've seen lately, what I've seen with this guy is, one, he didn't change a thing last season. At any point, we just kept doing the same thing and the results kept happening. But worse than that, I started to see him snap at the end of the season. And what I mean is he went from that really happy guy, Iggy, in press conferences, like he's this fun Australian, he's everyone's mate, to the Spurs fans, their mentality. I've done this. They haven't got this. And it was like, whoa. Oh, all right, mate. You're under a bit of pressure. And then you think, okay, you've got the summer. He's got the summer. Let's let it all settle down. Let's come back bigger and stronger. And unfortunately, whether people want to admit it, that form has just absolutely carried on, as has his Aggie press conferences. Is he doing himself any favours, Iggy? Because he talks a lot. This guy says...
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Thomas Frank talking. I don't see the Bournemouth manager constantly talking. I don't see Silva. This guy talks and talks and talks.
For me, especially even more so when things are not going your way, man, the best way to move is in silence. So you have to operate in silence and crack on with the work, and not sending out the same sort of reels as always the Tottenham socials do, saying back to work, working harder, training, pushing, blah 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 blah. It's just work in silence. Just keep it going. Answer the questions that are getting asked of you. And do you know what? Also, like, part of being a good manager, yes, it is tweaking things, especially if things are not going your way, but also to show that you adapt also to the opposition that you've got in front of you. So if you're playing a decent side, you're like Arsenal are a very good side. There's no two ways about that. We didn't adjust anything. We didn't change anything. Like Arteta, even with his injuries and suspensions, he adapted a little bit. He changed his style a little bit to deal with the opposition. Whilst it wasn't the greatest Arsenal side, they've got the job done. And that's sometimes it's not just about being a pretty football or anything. Sometimes it is a case of getting the job done. The problem with us will always be the same. We try to play high line. I don't have a problem with any of that. If Manager wants to play that way, it's fine. But the results have to come. And unfortunately, we try to win the ball high up, try to get the goals, and we don't have killers up front. And one thing is over and over again, we do not have killers up front to capitalize whenever we are on top, which we have been in a lot of games possession wise. But at the end of the day, we're stifling players like Maddison, who's having to drop deep to get on the ball because we've got literally sometimes you've got 20 players inside the opposition half, and there isn't any room to run beyond. There isn't any room to get on the outside because they're inverted wingers, inverted fullbacks. Sorry. So sometimes I just think to myself, you know what? Why not try the three at the back? Why not put Dragusin, Romero, and Van de Ven together? Why don't you push the wing backs? The fullbacks become wing backs. Let them give you the width, and then really give the Maddison a little bit more room to play and play with two up front, Son and Solanke. It's just things like that. I've discussed this with Stoll as well, and I agreed. I said we should maybe go with two up front. Son isn't that winger, but he's still a great finisher. Put him closer to goal. And maybe Solanke, they can work together. We don't know if they're going to have chemistry until you put them together. So sometimes I do think to myself, mate, just tweak it, man. And then when you see things like, Werner coming on for Madders, you just think to yourself, where's this goal going to come from? We just put another player that is just as, as awful.
Do you know what, Iggy? What you said there.
Last half hour, mate, 1-0, last half hour of a North London derby, it was dead, man. I had no belief.
Where's the kitchen sink?
Yeah. I had no belief that we was going to get. The player certainly didn't feel it. The crowd,
agreed.
Well, completely changed, and it kind of just fizzled out. It was like a sparkling water. It just had nothing left, and for me, that's unacceptable. And that for me is on the manager. Of course, it is. But if you ask me to sack him now, to go and do what? To do what, man? To do what?
Yeah, look, there is always that. I mean, what I find interesting, what you said there is, look, Arteta adapts and changes in games, and I know a lot of people started saying, "Oh my God, look how good we are. We made Arsenal put 10 behind the ball." For me, I thought that was brilliant management. I think Arteta realised, all right,
it was part of a tactic, Savva. Every time they lost the ball, it was their first objective was to get behind the ball to not allow spaces. And it's like coming out, and we were just getting baited. We were just getting baited. And a couple of times with Martinelli, I remember having a real chance in front of goal. And they were just getting baited. And that was part of the plan. People do not realise. They just see that we was a lot of possession of the football in their own half, but they were baiting us, ready to capitalise on the counters.
We're confusing. I think our fans are confusing possession with dominating a game of football. I think that's what we're confusing at the moment. When I watch Man City dominate a game of football with their possession, they're in complete control. Do you know what I mean? They are 9 times out of 10. Yeah, there's going to be games where they're not on it like they weren't at the weekend.
Of course.
But 9 times out of 10, they've got the ball. They'll manipulate it. They'll keep it so that, you know what? You ain't getting anywhere near it. Spurs, it just seems like it's a lot of sideways backwards. And I'd love to see, Iggy. I don't know if anyone in the chat can find there's a stat for everything. I'd love to know how many passes there has been between Van de Ven and Romero. I'd love to know. And it blows my mind. I want to show you this, Iggy. This is something I put up the other day. I stole this. I saw it on Henry's show, actually. He stole it off someone else, so we're all good. There's no copyright here. I can't blow it up anymore.
That's right. I can see it.
But when I look at that, do you know what? As a Spurs fan, I would look at that and go, yeah, that makes sense. And do you know what? More than anything, Iggy, I think it gets every single one of those players in that picture into the actual position where they play. No one inverted. No one as a false 9. No one. That position for me it allows the back three with the pace. You've got the heading ability of Dragusin and the ball playing ability of Romero. Porro and Udogie then don't have to worry so much about getting back. They are out and out wing backs that provide width. You get Kulu and Maddison for creativity in the middle of the park, but not being stifled by inverted fullbacks. And you've got Son actually playing through the middle as our best finisher. Why won't he do this, Iggy? Why are we not trying something like this?
Listen, I have no problem with that. I was just saying earlier on that that's kind of where I'll be leaning to, because I would look at it, how I would look at it, and I, I said this the other day, and I said that it's easy to coach from a sofa or sitting on a chair.
Of
Yeah,
course,
for sure, of course it is. But my point is that how I would look at it is that where are your best players, who are your best players,
Yep.
identify who they are, and put
Yep.
them in the best position, and have a system that gets their best ability to the service of the team. The
Yep.
problem with that formation is it's not the way Ange believes football should be played. It doesn't.
Sure.
It's just it's completely against his belief. He doesn't want to go to a back three. He's a back four sort of guy, and he has a philosophy, and that philosophy doesn't complement that team that you just see there. It doesn't. It's just
But
it would
isn't
create.
that a worry though, that we've got a manager with
Yeah, yeah.
one way of playing? When
That's
it's
it.
not working, he doesn't know what to do to
There is
adapt to
there
the
is
game.
for me that is alarming. I've said this out on a Sunday. For me, the worst thing is not even start the way, but to not have a plan B, to not know, or not realize. You know what? Sometimes in the course of the game, you've got to try and do something different to try and work your opponent against a team like Arsenal. Have got a solid defense. You're thinking we're not getting through them right now, so we need to
Yeah.
come up with something different. Play with
Yeah.
two up front. Give the defenders something else to think about. And the
Agreed.
fact that we kept it the same was ultimately disappointing for the way I see football, and it just and then and then of course the after the post match discussions and how he's getting short all the time now. Talksport said they thought he was even borderline rude to the presenter, to whoever's asking the
Yeah,
questions.
it was what's her name? Is it Saunders? The Kate
Yeah,
Saunders, maybe the
yeah.
Sky
So
Sports presenter?
they were saying that was I say borderline. No, actually, outrightly said that they thought he was rude in the way he responded. So I don't
Yeah.
know. Maybe something's, or maybe something more than what we know that he's not happy about. So I don't know. Nothing ever leaks out of Spurs in that sense. So it's disappointing that we don't come up with something different. I would like to see something different other than personnel change. It's not just a question of personnel changes. You can change the personnel, bring players in, like Gray and Bergvall, but essentially you want to bring something new into it. And like I said, the other question I'll say about Bergvall and Gray, what we're looking about, we're looking at 80, 90, 100 million spent on these guys, weren't even thrown on for 20 minutes.
Yeah.
But
It's
it's
absolutely mad.
mind-boggling. It's baffling.
I think you're right. It's about giving them, last 15 minutes of an North London derby. What
We're
happened to the
losing.
games?
We're losing. Throw them on.
But what happened to the days of launching the ball into the no pass, look, launch it into the box. Let Solanke flick it on for Son and for get Bergvall on, and it just felt almost like
It
he had
fizzled,
given up.
man. It was like a Coke without fizz. Pointless. It was
Agreed.
nothing. There was nothing. It just faded. I hate seeing games, even if you're 2-0 down or whatever, and you're like entering the last quarter of the game, and you just think to
Yeah,
yourself, surely something. Just if nothing else, pride. Just something to like get at them and try and cause a little bit of havoc. Try and get one goal back, and then who knows? Goal changes games, and just get one back in the North London derby. You never know, man. Or in
yeah.
any game for the matter, you never know. But
At
there was
any
nothing
point, did
there.
you
There was
think we were
nothing
going to
there.
score a goal,
No, they
even
never.
before we went 1-0 down?
For all the possession, like you mentioned earlier, for all the possession, the side-to-side passes, and all of that, I don't remember Raya having a lot to do. I don't, and that for me is a testament. Normally, when you say it's hard to compare our team to Man City, but the style of play is similar to where Man City plays. But they work the keeper constantly, but also they have killers up front.
Yeah,
Absolute killers.
uh,
They won't have one chance, two chance begging. They won't have a situation where Solanke gets the ball edge of the box, has to take two touches before trying to get a shot through with a goal at his mercy. That chance that he did have,
yeah.
it was. I mean, could you imagine this guy with that chance? What we was
Uh,
talking about it before. It was
the,
just
the,
been. It would have absolutely blown the
even
net
imagine
away.
a Robbie Keane, a Jermaine Defoe. They get
Just
out of their
first,
feet.
he was there. He must have been looking. Oh my god, he,
But
he he couldn't get the first touch out of his feet. Second touch, and you're like, mate, if that first touch was decent, all he had to do is just strike that ball, and that was it. It
the,
was done.
the funny thing for me, though, Iggy, is when we look at all of this, I think a lot of people are giving themselves that solace, that comfort that, all right, we're not getting the results, but we're creating lots of chances, but we're having loads of pressures, but we're pressing well, but we've got possession. If you actually take a step back and look at it, though, Iggy, I don't remember the Leicester keeper really having anything to do.
Yeah.
I don't remember Nick Pope having too much to do. I don't remember Raya having anything. If we're going to be brutally honest, I don't remember Raya having anything to do. Are we projecting? That's probably not the right words. Are we just deflecting our inefficiencies and we're trying to find scraps? And it's the old Eddie Murphy sketch, right? If you're hungry and someone throws you a cracker, that's the best damn food you've ever eaten, right?
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, exactly, right? Because none of these keepers are having to work, Iggy. I keep hearing about these imaginary chances that we've created.
No, they're not. We're not also creating a lot for the strikers. And the biggest thing I saw in the derby was that when the wide players, either when they don't smash the ball in the box or they don't play the horseshoe around the area and all of that stuff, when we do get some balls in the box, and I say it loosely, other than Solanke, who else is in that box? There's nobody. We don't even throw the midfielders. So what's the point of having the 3-man midfielders if we don't throw them in midfield? When you have a single, when you play with one forward up front and you're playing the 3 in midfield, and you've got the wide players trying to put those balls in the box, they got to have somebody else other than the forward to aim for. And the striker and the midfielders don't do enough, in my opinion. Other than holding midfielders, I don't see the likes of Kulusevski and Maddison getting in the box quick enough to even alarm the defence that trying to pick players up.
It's all slow, though, Iggy.
It's too slow.
It's all too slow. It's all played outside the area.
Yeah.
It's all too slow.
So when we say, when we do cuss Johnson, for example, he's only smashing the ball in the box, or he might smash it against a player, criticize him for that. But then try and look beyond who he's just hit, the first defender. Look in that box and say, who could he have actually picked out? Did he really have that many options? Listen, I think he's poor. Don't get me wrong. I'm not defending Johnson. All I'm trying to say, beyond what he's actually done or not done, which is a lot of the cases, who did he have to, when you look in the box to see how many players he had to say, do you find yourself saying, bloody hell, Johnson, he had Maddison, Kulusevski, Son, Solanke, they were all there waiting for him to put a ball in the box.
Yeah.
Watch for that, guys, because I don't see a lot of players that, even if he was successful in this course, who could have picked out.
I agree, Iggy.
Having said that, I think he'll probably score a hat-trick tonight.
If we're going to talk about ratios, first of all, there's 448 people in here and 80 likes. I mean, that's listen, guys, let's not take Tottenham's ratio on the pitch and bring it to YouTube. Smash the like button, please. Just quickly, a comment I saw there. Danny Boy Blue has said, Irish Hotspur was spot on. Big up to Dave, Irish Hotspur. He said he was spot on with his comments last night on We Are Tottenham TV. We could very easily be on 10, 11 points. I believe in Ange and that we will click soon. Right. I mean, first and foremost, it's impossible to get 11 points from 4 games, if I'm not wrong. I think it's impossible to get 11 points. I think you can only get 10 or 12. Second of all, I don't see what this is. What is this based on, Danny Boy Blue? Why should we be on more points? We don't score goals. We're not. I don't know where this is coming from. But listen, Dave and I chat away from here, and it is what it is.
We could easily be on 10 points, but we're not. We're not going on hypotheticals, right. or we could be, or end of the day, you have to go by what's been results on the pitch, and the out so far with what's factual is that we're 13th in the league. 13th. That's fact.
Well,
we have to change that quick.
Iggy, I keep hearing this magic word, right? And it's the C word. It's not a rude C word. Click. I keep hearing when it clicks. Iggy, I hate to break it to people, but this team we're playing this year, we'll talk about tonight in a minute, but this 11 has only got Solanke that's different from last season. Now, it didn't click all the way from November through to May. It's not clicked this beginning part of the season. What's the excuse for it not clicking? And where is this belief coming from that it is just suddenly going to click?
Look, I don't have the answers as to why it hasn't clicked.
That's why I
From
brought
what
you
I
onto
can,
the show.
for what I can see, no, for what I can see on the pitch, because the one thing we are definitely certain of is what we see on the pitch. All right, other than, in the background, in the back, in the changing rooms, or even at training, we don't know all the realities. All I can think of, looking at the little experience I had for playing football myself, is that I don't see a team that's fully involved in what they're trying to do. I don't see creativity in that team. I don't see the most creative player in our team fully involved or even looks happy. Some in Madison, I don't. I see him going deeper and deeper to collect the ball because he
Yeah.
doesn't have the spaces in between the lines to try and do something. I don't see a lot of smiley faces, and it's nothing to do with the season that we currently have. I was seeing this at the beginning, at the beginning of the year as well. So I don't see a fully content camp. That's the impression that I'm getting. And
I
the,
agree.
the most alarming thing, like I said, when you're 1-0 down, trying to enter in the last quarter of the game, not to have a fight, to even throw the kitchen sink, like you mentioned, to not to see that, for me, it's actually a worry.
I
It's a
agree.
worry for me when I see that, because I'm thinking, if a team, you can talk about tactics, you can talk about start information. By the way, that start information, other than Bissouma, we had everyone available. We had everybody was available for that game. That was our first team. Basuma aside, that was our first team.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
you can't say we didn't have our best players there. They were a little bit more hurt than we were, so going into that game. So I would have expected a little bit more, with a little bit more conviction. Set pieces, we conceded another set pieces, and we don't know. We know we don't, we don't know the difference between our ass and our elbow, and that we can't set pieces. And that for me is quite worrying. Why we've not addressed these issues that we were having last season.
Yeah.
So we concede
Can
yet
I tell you
again.
my worry about the set pieces? It's not so much that, I mean, people say, oh, we've only conceded one goal from a set piece this season, and that's fine, blah, blah, blah. Obviously, the goal itself wasn't great that we conceded it against Arsenal. But the worry for me, Iggy, is if
There
you
was a
look
foul on Romero, by the way, because he was
I'm
pushed
not,
before the.
I'm not having it. I'm not having it, but we
No,
won't
for
go there.
me, well, we won't go. We'll leave it. We'll leave it. We'll
We
leave
won't
it.
go there.
Let's agree
But
to disagree on that.
we'll agree
We'll
to
move on.
disagree. My worry, though, is when I look at corners like that and other corners, it's the hunger that is being shown. Like the Arsenal players looked on it, looked sharp, looked hungry, were jostling, pushing. They,
Yeah,
they were.
yeah.
I looked at ours and it all looked a little bit like, who should be marking him? Should we? And again, I'm going to ask this question to you, and then we are going to talk about Coventry for the last 20 minutes.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he's lost the players, but is there a little bit creeping into these players now that are they buying into this style of play? Are they buying into what's going on? Because I don't see any. There was no urgency in the last 10 minutes to try and pile on the attacks. There was no urgency when defending corners. It just feels very, everyone's going through the paces, right? It doesn't really feel like there's a lot going on.
He wasn't happy. Postecoglou wasn't happy with the way we played. You can see that he wasn't happy. There's some things that whatever messages he's trying to get across, it's not getting across. That's where I think. That's where this is where I read between the lines, and I think the message he's trying to get across is not getting across. He's saying that. So I'm thinking the players are not getting across what the managers are trying to get them to do. So
Yeah,
something is getting lost in translation, clearly. And I honestly think that this style of this real high line it's not suiting the characteristics of the players, because the wide players rely on space beyond the fullback to get in behind. Son, those runs that he used to make, sometimes you get the ball deep and go on a run or attack the spaces. He's not getting those spaces.
yeah.
Solanke's not really for and I don't want to blame. I'm not putting any blame on Solanke because he's only just got here. He's not really getting a lot of service. So, I just think to myself, we've added now an extra midfielder in Kulusevski, an attacking midfielder, who, to be fair, he's actually looked a bit better than when he's looked at right. He's probably been one of our better players, I have to say. But even he can't seem to unlock that. I don't know where. Honestly, the biggest thing I struggle to see right now is where these goals are going to come from. I'm not just talking about the players scoring the goal. Where are the goals? What we're creating per game, where the goals? And please don't bring up Everton, man, because Everton honestly, right now,
Well,
it's a mess.
they've played 4, lost 4, and I think they've
So
conceded
we can't.
13.
We have to sort of balance it out. It's the lack of quality. I think that's what I'm looking at. The lack of quality in that final third is quite alarming. And tonight, and whilst I respect Coventry and they caused a lot of problems for Man United last season in that cup,
Yeah.
we really need to try and get that early goal straight away to settle our nerves and really try and put them to bed as quickly as possible, rather than letting the game go on and on and on at 0-0. And then it starts getting a bit nervy. The crowd start getting more encouraged, and then anything can happen in a cup game. And we don't want to get involved in a cup game of that kind. We want to say, you know what, we're going out full out, get the goals early on, settle the nerves, and then perhaps use this as a confidence game to really kickstart our season.
Well, look, let's talk about that. Sorry, I looked away because in the background, I've got Real Betis versus Getafe on. And I just watched Giovanni Lo Celso was put through on goal from his own half. And I was watching him run with the ball from the halfway line thinking, he looks like he's running in treacle. It was just funny watching Lo Celso. Look, let's talk about that game then. I mean, this game's almost taken on, it was always going to be important, right? Because of what happened at Fulham last year. But this game's almost taken on an extra level of heightened importance, Iggy, because the form's not going well in the league. If he goes out of the cup as well, the daggers are going to be... I mean, look, I make no bones about it. I don't want him as manager. But more and more people are starting to join that bandwagon with every game. If he loses today... Is his job in a tenuous position, or do you think they're going to just keep seeing it through because it's a project? Apparently,
I don't think he'll get sacked, even if he were to lose tonight. But boy, the media circus will really take a turn. And then, whilst I don't think he'll get sacked tonight, the pressure on Levy to sack him will heighten him more. And it's not the kind of coverage that Levy wants. So you know what it's like. Once he gets that sort of attention, Levy like snaps and he's gone. So it would you know, even beyond Brentford, I don't know, man. I don't even want to think like that. I don't want to go into a game thinking, what if we lose tonight? Because I just can't. But if I have to answer your question, it's an impossible task, because then, you know, we literally go out of the cup before the season's even started, similar to what we did against Fulham. We don't really want to be doing that, and I'm hoping the starting lineup tonight doesn't reflect rather what we did at Fulham, where we made 19 changes. I don't want to see that. I want to keep the core of the team, keep the base there, but yes, make 2, 3, maximum 4 changes. I've got no problem with that. Because at the end of the day, you're going to need those players, the Spences and the Bergvalls and the Gray. If you keep them not involved, when you do eventually really need them, what impact they're going to have for you? They're going to be like...
Well, let's look at that then. I mean, I've watched a few YouTube shows throughout the day, different channels. I've watched Irish Hotspur. I watched a little bit of Henry before we came on. I saw a few others earlier this morning. And lots of people, I suppose the debate that everyone's having is...
Who's flying tonight?
What sort of a lineup does he go for? Now, you've just touched upon it there, that you want to keep the nucleus of the best. I'm going to say the best 11, but the best 11 is not doing well. But the nucleus of the best 11, dropping in maybe a Bergvall, a Gray, whatever.
Yeah.
But the reason I say this has got a heightened importance, Iggy, is because had we have won 3 of our 4 games and we're sitting in the
mindset would be different. Course, it would.
Right. So can he afford now? For example, if I said to you, the team's going to be announced and it will be in the next 10 minutes, and I've got loads of apps up ready to get the team first. If I said to you, right, tonight we're playing Coventry, the midfield 2, Iggy, are going to be Bergvall and Gray. Is that poor? That's really positive. The 2 young players, we're getting to see them, we're mixing it up. Or is that, bloody hell, that's a big risk. We're not doing well. If we get knocked out, that's a massive call. Where do you sit with that type of team selection?
I think that one of the 2 will start. My feeling is that one of the 2 will start, and the other one might come on as an impact player. It would be an inexperienced side, but do you know what? At the end of the day, these guys have got to also show their worth, and if they can't do it in a game against Coventry, with all due respect, when are they going to do it? At Brentford, at Brighton, at Man United? When's their chance ever going to come? And how would you justify the money you spent on those players if you're
Yep.
never going to if what you're really telling us by not playing them is that they're not at the level or they're not good
Of
enough.
course.
That's when you don't play a player. There's two reasons: either he's not ready or he's not good enough. Either those two answers for the money that you've spent on them is
Yeah,
not
yeah.
good enough. It could have been spent on players that are ready, to
At
play.
40 million, we should be able to drop in Archie Gray and go, I've got no
Play.
concerns, play.
No,
Right.
that's otherwise. Otherwise, where's this generational talent? Where's this young wonder kid from Leeds that's everyone's talking about? Why is he not playing away at Coventry?
Yeah,
If
yeah, yeah,
if he's as good as he's been talked about.
yeah. And this is a team that he would have been playing against this level last season, right? This is the level that he's used to playing at. I mean, it's an interesting one because when I woke up this morning, I thought to myself, will he possibly put Bergvall in midfield? Maybe we'll see Gray at right back so that he can get them both in, but without completely making the midfield area very, very inexperienced. But then you look and you think, well, you've got Jed Spence. He needs games. You've got Ben Davis and Serge Reguilon. They've got to get some minutes. Dragashin's got to get minutes.
No, you're absolutely right.
How does it... Iggy, talk me through your 11. Bearing in mind, the team's going to be out in about 5 minutes. Your 11, if you were picking it tonight, to beat Coventry, to save his blushes, what's the 11?
I would go with, honestly, I would. I would be tempted to go with, of course, Vicario and goal. I would start probably Spence because I've not liked Porro the last few games. I would try something different with Spence, give him the opportunity, play Van der Ven and Dragusin, leave Romero out. Udogi, a left back, because we don't have another left back in the club. Please don't mention
Who are your centre halves?
Dragusin and Van der Ven.
So no Davis at left back?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay. I'm just asking.
No. Udogi plays at left back.
Okay.
In midfield, either we go with Archie Gray sitting in with Madders and Kulu, or if we're going to play Bergvall, then we've got to go with the experience. Perhaps go with Bentancur because we're not going to have Bentancur for much longer. Bentancur.
Yeah.
So maybe utilise him for this game and then saving the others to play in his absence when he does get banned. So that's where I'm toying with a 3, but I would go with 3 of those. Those either Bergvall, Maddison, and Bentancur, or I would go with Gray, Maddison, and Kulusevski. Those are my 3 there. Wide, I don't know, man. Take your pick. Johnson on the right will probably score a hat trick tonight because of the level of the position. He'll probably rinse them with his pace. So probably Johnson on the belt on the left, and Solanke, I think he needs to play up front. And
he's got to get a goal, hasn't he? It needs to happen before it starts. What we don't want is we don't want to be one of those clubs where it's, he's played 8 and not scored. It's 9 without or 10 without a goal. But we knew what we were getting when we signed him. Let me ask you, we'll go back to the team in a minute. What do you make of Solanke? I don't mean his 2 appearances in a Spurs shirt. I'm not going to judge a player based on 2 90 minutes. But overall, disappointing, excited, somewhere in the middle. What's your feelings on Solanke?
The jury's out for me on him. I know he done well last year at Bournemouth. I know he can't really go on to what I've seen of him so far. Back to go, he's done some decent stuff, but really, like tonight, I wanna see him be a nuisance. I'm also very aware of how much pressure this guy has on him because when he was absent, we was going, things are going to be a lot different when Solanke comes in the team. That service in the box, those balls in the box, he will get there. We are putting an awful amount of pressure on the player that's got to be providing the goals. When you've got Werner in the team, you've got Odobert in the team, you've got Son, you've got Johnson, you've got all these players that should be chipping in with the goals. It's not just Son. This ain't Harry Kane, where he can take the full brunt of the responsibility of saying he's going to come up with the goals.
Yeah.
You should want goals from him, of course. It's what you pay the money for. But to put all that pressure on him, all I want to see him to do is get involved, be part of and get at the end of any kind of service that we get and goals. At the end of the day, all strikers are judged by one thing, and that's goals. What making him so far is too early to say for Savva, man.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Do you know, I'm not judging him on the 2 games I've seen. I'm judging him on his career, right? And I said this before he started, and I'm sticking to it now. My concern with this is a lot of people, you know what it's like, content creators, right? We find something to talk about, right? And my concern was a lot of people started doing these videos of how he's perfect for Ange ball. He suits Ange ball.
I don't know who comes up with this stuff. I don't know.
I don't, but it gets good likes and views, right? But my point is this. When you look at how Dominic Solanke played for Bournemouth are, and by the way, I'm not going to knock Bournemouth because in the last 40 games, Bournemouth have got more points than Tottenham Hotspur. Let that sink in. Bournemouth, right? Just for those who think that this manager's good. But Bournemouth are a team that when they play, they don't have 10 men behind the ball, right? They as a team, they played where Solanke would have space to run into, space to think, time to think. At Spurs, what I've noticed already in the 2 games, he's in a very congested area where he's got 4 or 5 Spurs players in that number 10 role. All the defenders are in the box and he's bustling and he's jostling and he's trying to find space. I'm just concerned whether or not we've actually done our homework on this. I'm not sure whether that was the right type of forward we needed, as opposed to somebody.
We could have got someone like Fernando Llorente, like of that kind, because he doesn't need to be a really mobile. He just needs to have a presence. I'm not saying Fernando Llorente.
Yeah, I know you mean.
Get him now. I'm talking that mold of player, because he doesn't need to be sprinting down the channels or anything like that. He just needs to be holding up the ball, bringing others into play, and be a nuisance in the area. So those are the kind of characteristics. If we're going to play this high up, is the kind of player that we should have got. Because I said, like, those players with those characteristics that you're talking about, Son, and you know, those kind of players, they are struggling. Maddison, we're struggling to get space on the ball. All it would take is just to drop 10 yards, man. Just drop 10 yards, and you will see a whole lot of difference. That is the kind of tweaking that I'm talking about. I'm not talking about completely desert your style of play or give up your style of play. It's just showing the maturity to say, do you know what? Let me just drop 10 yards here and see if something changes. Let's see if the attitude of the players out there change, because they got. And these are the kind of things that you should try and feed off as a manager. You're proper relying on those players, on any players that are on board and what you're doing. And if you don't show a little bit of flexibilities, and the players lose, they just think this is a waste of time. Once you're in that sort of situation, you're on borrowed time. You're on borrowed time.
No, absolutely, absolutely. I think it's going to be really interesting when this team is announced, and it's going to be announced very, very shortly. I'm checking like mad. I haven't seen it anywhere, but it is a big game because he's put himself under a bit of pressure, Iggy, by talking about how he wins. Because we know, deep down, Iggy, we know we're not winning the league. Sorry to break it to anyone in my chat. We're not winning the league. I know there's lots of people last year who got carried away. So when he's talking about winning, that leaves 3 competitions, right? It leaves the Europa League, League Cup, and FA Cup. Now, this for me would arguably present our best chance of winning a trophy. However, Iggy, I'm old enough and ugly enough to know. I'm not going to call you ugly, but you're old enough to know. It's all about the draw at the end of the day. It's all about the draw. But to go out tonight would be catastrophic, I think, in terms of that'll be 3 cup competitions he's had as manager. And only 1 game would have been won. And that would have been Burnley with that Porro screamer. Yeah. This game is huge, right? This is taking on a mind of its own. This is massive.
Look, I predicted on Tottenham away that we would win tonight and would win on Saturday against Brighton. I stuck my neck on the line. I said, you know what? I think we're going to win both games. I think tonight will be a good one for confidence. I really do believe tonight, winning tonight would be massive for confidence, because we haven't tasted a win since the Everton game. So although it's early in the season, it's been quite a while since we last felt that win. And to do it even away from home, we've not been very good. We really haven't. Yeah. It's not about being negative. This is factual stuff that we're saying. We haven't. When was the last time we won away from home? That's the question I would ask. Think of the last time we won away from home. We need to change that, and we need to start getting results away, because if at home people have a plan to play behind the 11 men behind the ball to stifle us, to bait us, to draw us in, to then counter attack, then we got to go away, and we're not going to have a team. The teams are going to be coming at us a little bit more. Even tonight, I don't expect Coventry to have 11 men behind the ball all the time. So I'd expect a little bit more freedom to go at them, and just you know what, guys, just go for the jugglers straight away. Get that early goal to settle the nerves. Also, to get our fans will be in loud voices for sure. So getting them buzzing as soon as that first goal goes in will be massive for us, and not getting drawn into a really tough cup tie. The longer the game goes on, I always get worried. At 60, 70 minutes, we still haven't scored, or we're still level. I get worried. There's no two ways about that.
Oh,
So
by the way, I'm not going to give a score prediction yet. I'm waiting to see this 11. And by the way, the only Spurs win so far this season is the one game I haven't done a watch along for. So at the moment, I'm waiting for a watch along when I see Spurs win a game. Look, if we turn our attentions to Coventry, they've not started the season well.
No,
I mean,
they're mid-table or something like that.
They're
down on
14th.
that.
They're averaging 1 point a game. They're averaging 1 goal a game. The
they're not
worrying
going in
thing
it.
about this, they're there for the taking. But the worrying thing about this is, if a team 14th in the Championship that aren't winning games themselves, that aren't scoring goals themselves, were to knock us out, that's the worry. But for me, there shouldn't be an excuse. You've got to go out, show your boss, show we're the boss, show we're the Premier League team. And I think you said it on your video this morning. For once, can we just be 25, 30 minutes, 2-0 up, and just be like, okay, let's relax. We can get on a few youngsters. Are we going to make it that simple for ourselves tonight?
I hope so. But if we're negative, man, I'm seeing some of the score predictions that people are thinking, we're not the. If we're negative, I don't know what the score predictions. Look at some of the scores. Everyone's putting the Coventry to win more than Tottenham winning. So,
right, everybody, put your scores in. Everybody, if you're going to put a score, by the way, please don't just say 3-1 or 1-0 to who. Let me know. Who?
I'm telling you now, I feel, and I'm calling it. I think, big up, Phil. I think we're going to get more favoured for Coventry than we are for Spurs winning, and I'll be interested to see
a penalty shootout. Can you imagine?
Does it go straight to penalties?
Yeah. There's no extra time.
Look at this. 2-1 Coventry. 2-1 Coventry. 3-2 Coventry. 3-2 Coventry. That was heartache. When I think of 3-2 Coventry, I'm thinking of the 87 final. That was pure heartache. I still remember that as a kid. Crying my eyes out.
But that will be the excuse for Ange. If we go out on penalties, it's not his fault. He's not taking the penalties.
No. We should be putting this to bed. I think anything but a Spurs win tonight, it has to be terrible. It's a terror. Anything but beyond the Spurs for Coventry fans, obviously, and people that want to banter us, it's going to be brilliant. But if you look at that game, it's like, for our point of view, anything but winning this game is failure. It really is. It's such a failure, because it's a cup that we go out with. We go into, think of the mood that we're going to go into that Brentford game. It's not also just about winning the game. It's about actually going out there, putting a really good performance, and say, you know what, we actually played well tonight. It's not just getting over the line. 0-0 lose on penalties. See what I mean? It's
it's mad,
not anyone is going in confident. Do you know what I mean? I knew this was the case. I was seeing it yesterday. The mood. It's also changing the mood of fans, because only the players and the team and the manager can go out there and give us something to say, you know what? Yeah, that was a really good performance tonight. We played some really good football. We gave it a run out to a lot of players that we hadn't seen in quite a while. And just a positive night for I can wake up tomorrow morning, do a video, and be happy with what I've seen tonight. That's the kind of performance I want to see.
Yeah, I agree. Listen, by the way, I am refreshing the Tottenham page. And
it's an 8 o'clock kickoff, so normally it comes out at 7 o'clock, doesn't it? It would.
It's 6:59. Come on.
Oh yeah, it should be coming out.
Yeah, listen, I'll make my prediction as soon as I see the score. The multi-channel said Bergvall.
I haven't asked you, by the way. Who would you like to see in the 11 tonight?
Look, This is the difficulty. Look, the problem is we've signed all these players like the Bergvals, like the Greys, like the Odebergs. You've got players like Mikey Moore and Lancashire. I want to see them, but I just don't think as a club right now we're in a position that we can afford to play them all at the risk of going out. For me, it's not good enough that we say, oh, we gave Coventry a good game with our kids but went out. With Tottenham Hotspur, at some point, we've got to see the progression. So, for me, I would agree with what you said. I would like to see the main 7. I'd like to keep a 7, and then I'd like to see sprinkled in there a Bergval.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind seeing a Will Lancashire or a Mikey Moore start. I think our wide, not Lancashire on this one, but I think our wide men have been so bad. For me, I don't see the problem with giving Mikey Moore a run out. I really don't. Willie, I'm not sure. I'm not sure he will. I'm just refreshing just to see if the Tottenham team is out.
No, I haven't got
The
anything.
Tottenham team is out. Are you ready?
Go on, let's have it.
The Tottenham team is Fraser Forster in goal, Gray at right back, Dragoshin and Ben Davis at centre back, with Adogi in Adogi at left back, Bentancur, Sarr, Bergval, Odeberg, Solanke, Werner. So that's a back 4 of Gray, Dragoshin, Davis and Adogi, a midfield of Bentancur, Son and Bergval, and a front 3 of Odeberg, Solanke and Werner. The bench is Vicario, Spence, Porro, Regulon, Moore, Madison, Kulusevski, Johnson, Son. So the 2 newbies do start. The 2 newbies. Still no place for Mikey Moore. A front 3 of Odeberg, Werner and Solanke. Sarr, Bentancur. Is there enough there to beat Coventry City?
Man alive. We've got Dragusin, Davis and Foster. That's the first area I always look for, man. I know Gray can play right back, which makes me think to myself, imagine Spence seeing a midfielder playing right back ahead of him who can't get a game. That would be a little bit. Midfield, it looks okay. I would have said, midfield, all right. You've got Bergval in there, and with 2 players that play regularly for Spurs. I'm not surprised to see Werner in the team. He hasn't played in a little while. Who's on the right? Did he say Odeberg?
Odeberg. It looks like Odeberg right, Werner left.
Odeberg right, Werner, yeah, and Solanke up front. I'm not. The forward line it's the defence, man. It's those 3 in the middle. Dragusin and Davis, I don't remember them 2 ever playing together. And we've got a kid now playing right back in a made-up defence. And Foster, where did we go and dig him out from? I would have rather have started Vicario. I'm not happy with the 2. Dragusin, yes, I did say I wanted him in the team. I'm not happy with both Romero and Van der Ven being dropped to allow Davis in there. Then how can we play a high line with these 2?
Let's have a look, right? Let's have a look at the Coventry team. It depends how much people know the Championship will depend on how well people know this team. They've gone with Wilson, Van Uyck, Thomas, Binks and Bidwell, Eccles, Allen and Rodoni. And then they've got Haji Wright, Bassett and Thomas Asante. So I believe that's Brandon Thomas Asante, who used to play for West Brom, I want to say, in Wrexham maybe. And they've got the likes of Sims on the bench. I wouldn't be able to sit here and tell you now whether that's Coventry at full strength. But I don't know how I feel, Iggy. If I'm being brutally honest, I'm looking at that Spurs team. I don't know how I feel because Gray, Dragusin and Davis with Adogi, who for me has been the worst of our back 4 all season. I don't think there's a midfield attacking threat, and not one of those, I don't think there's a single person in that 11 that scored a goal this season, if I'm not wrong. Someone in the chat tell me. I don't think anyone in that 11 has scored a goal.
No.
Garav's gone 5-0 Coventry. I can't see it being 5-0, mate. Listen, he's made his bed, Iggy. That's all I can say. He's made his bed.
Yeah, I can't hide my disappointment in fielding Do you know what though? The thing is, we got other better goalkeepers. If you're going to change the goalkeeper, why don't I play the other
I
two?
don't get it.
You know, I just
Don't get
think
it.
you know, Austin and Whiteman would have been better options, surely, than Foster. Foster's like a plank of wood. What did he do in that Fulham game to warrant him saying, "Yeah, let's use him again today"?
But
Don't you remember him in that performance?
my biggest issue, apart from the fact that there's 700 people in here and only 170 likes, which is mind blowing, guys. You must like me or hate me enough to you're here. Is it Iggy? Is Iggy putting you all off for your like? Smash the like button. Iggy, I know you haven't got a lot of
If you
time.
hate us, like us.
Yeah, exactly. I know you haven't got a lot of time, Iggy, but before
Yeah.
you go,
Yeah.
the biggest conundrum for me is this. Spurs fans spent all summer Mikey Moore, Mikey Moore, Mikey Moore,
We're
Mikey Moore,
generational talent.
right?
They're nowhere to be
And
seen, man.
Timo Werner starts in front of him. Don't you think that the lift it would have given Spurs fans to have seen that front three, but with Moore instead of Werner? Don't you think he could have
It
got
would have
won
been.
a
It
bit
would have
of?
been great. It would have been great. This is why I never watched any preseason football. Whilst I was reading the comments of all the preseason football saying we've got some really young kids who are going to be, part of the squad moving forward, I knew come start of the season you wouldn't be seeing them for dust. I
Yeah,
honestly
oh
believe
for
that,
sure.
which is why I didn't invest in watching any of the preseason football. I didn't because I knew we wouldn't see them once the first. Also, Werner, third, second highest paid player in a club.
Yeah,
You're gonna have to start playing him sooner or later for the money that you pay. Otherwise, again, what would be the point of signing him?
yeah.
I'm not saying I want him there. What was it? Yeah, I don't think. I do worry for Spence now because I know now it's becoming more clear he's only there because he fits the quota, doesn't he? He fits that British English quota. So I don't know
If you're
where that leads him.
Spence, I mean, are there any transfer windows still open anywhere in the world?
I think Turkey was the last one if I remember correctly, but I don't know if that's closed now. I think it's
If
closed.
you're Spence's agent, aren't you knocking on the door tomorrow and gone, hang on, Ange, hang on. You've omitted him from the Europa League squad,
And he
right,
can't
in
even get a
favour
game.
of 4 goalkeepers, and now he's not even starting against Coventry City away. If you are, listen, I don't know the kid. People talk about attitude. I don't know. I can't pretend to know that. If
No.
you're him, you are pissed off, aren't you? You are really
Even
pissed.
more so because Poro's not playing.
Right.
And you haven't chosen another right back. You've chosen a midfielder because Gray is a central midfielder. Whilst he has played it for Leeds at right back, why couldn't he have not played in midfield and I play right back? That from a player's point of view, there's no two ways about it. He's thinking that. Why is he not in the team? And that goes down to two things. Either Ange doesn't like him, as one of the comments said, or Ange doesn't deem him ready or likes him as a player. Either way, he's not got much future at the club if that's the scenario.
Yeah, Matt, I find it fascinating. Listen, I'm going to process before I give a score prediction. I'm going to process this in my head for the next 20 minutes or so. But I just don't know. Listen, we could go out. We could be 3-0 up at half time. I don't know. The worry in a game like this is Mark Robins. I think is a very good manager. By the way, I think he's done a really good job over the years wherever he's been. He gets his Coventry team right up for this. And if you're Coventry, if you're Mark Robins, I'm going to ask you to go against your team here. If you're Mark Robins, what are you saying in the dressing room now you've seen that 11? If you're Mark Robins,
get at them because listen. The defense, other than Udogie, it's a makeshift defense. No one's played. The goalkeeper's not played. The centre backs are paired up for the first time, so the understanding won't be there.
Yeah.
Gray playing his first start. There's a lot of first times there. So for me, from an attacking point of view, I'd be like, get at that defense, get them working, and attack the fullbacks. The fullbacks could be getting that. But also, if they play high up, midfielders, make sure you make the runs. Get the runs, get in there. Because if Spurs play a high line with Dragusin and Davis, who are not the quickest, for all they're good, that's not their game. And they can get a lot of runners and beyond, and that for me is the concern. Set pieces as well. It could be set pieces could be a massive point today as well. Corners, so to try and capitalize in those, scenarios because it's a made up team. It's a made up defense. Needs to be tested. And if a Coventry, and I don't know if that's their best 11. If that is, then they're gonna probably want to fancy it. No Van der Ven, Romero. Come on, man. You got to think to yourself, no Van der Ven, Romero, Vicario, and Porro. You got to think to yourself, we might have a chance here. With that defence, we may have a chance here. I'm still going to stick with, even with that team, I'm still going to say 2-1 win. I think the Spurs will narrowly win this now. But I am worried with that defence. There's no two ways about it, and I make no qualms about it.
Yeah, just quickly, people are asking about Ben Sheaf and Sakamoto. Ben Sheaf and Sakamoto are both on Coventry's bench, as is Elliot Sims, who I'm going to say is their top goal scorer, but that is purely without having seen what they've done this season. But I know he was last year. Look, Iggy, I don't know how long you got. Have you got to go? You got to jump?
Yeah, I've got to shoot, mate. You've got to shoot.
Listen, it's been lovely having you. What was your final score prediction? What were you going for?
A narrow 2-1 win for Spurs.
A narrow 2-1 win. Everybody, you know where to find Iggy. I'm really glad, by the way, that your morning videos are back. I like the little 7-8 minute videos.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
There's nothing like seeing you wandering around those Spurs security guards in the morning. I love that.
I'll try. If we get a good win tonight, I'll try and be at the Hotspur way tomorrow morning.
Well, if you see this smiley face tomorrow, we've won. If you see a downbeat Iggy, we've lost. Iggy, let's hope you're right. Look, come on Spurs, but this is a nervy one. But listen, take care, everybody. Please get over and subscribe to Tottenham Away. Big up,
Iggy, guys. Big up to everyone in the chat. Stay well and come on, you Spurs.
Oh yeah. Come on, you Spurs. Big up, absolutely everybody. There are 725 you in here. Thank you so much for being here. We're chasing down 15K. We're now just 370. That's terrible maths. We're 385 away. So if you don't mind, please do subscribe. Smash the like button. Please subscribe. For anyone that's not been here before, when I do a watch along, I do go full commentary mode, thinking that I'm John Motson or Jonathan Pearce or Martin Tyler, whoever tickles your fancy. So I do go deep into it. But between now and then, look, does anyone want to change their score prediction? For me, I'm going to go with 2. Go on, hit it. Oh, the Celso. Sorry, I'm just watching Real Betis over here. I don't know where I stand on this now, guys. If I'm going to be brutally honest, I really don't know from looking at that team whether or not we're going to come out energized. You know, with the youth of Odeberg, the youth of Gray, the youth of Bergval. Or are we going to come out looking quite slow and methodical? When you look at Ben Davis, Dragoshin, who was left back? Sorry, who was left back? Am I being an idiot? Dragoshin, who was left back? Adogi. I mean, for me, I don't know how defensively solid that actually looks. I really don't know. Let's start getting your score predictions in. Is anybody happy with a team? Is anybody disappointed with a team? Let me know and I'll get to as many comments as possible. Big up D&B forever with a super stick up. Thank you very much. Always in here, always being supportive. Hit that, put it in. Oh, put it in. Put it in. Sorry, I've got Real Betis in my acca and they keep having chances and don't score. Big up D&B forever. Much love to you. For anyone that does care what my acca is tonight, which you probably don't, it is Real Betis to win at home to Getafe, Ajax to beat Fortuna Sittard and they're 1-0 up, Brighton to beat Wolves, Dortmund to beat Bruges, City to beat Inter Milan, and PSG to beat Girona. All of that doesn't mean anything unless Betis score a goal in the next 40 minutes. And I probably should have looked at the Brighton team first, but there's enough there from my point of view for them to win that game. Let me know. Spurs, good lineup, bad lineup. If you're Jed Spence, how pissed off are you? Should Mikey Moore be playing? Should we have kept one of the club captains in, Maddison, Son, or Romero? Are we doing the same thing we did last year against Fulham? let me know. We're here. We've got 44, 46 minutes till kickoff. I'm here. I'm ready to take all of your comments on board. Are you ready? Let's get to some comments. This is where it gets difficult for me. Come on, Real Betis. Come on. Come on. Sorry, they're on the attack again. I do like the Spanish league. Oh, rubbish. Let's get to some comments. Let me catch up with time. Where are we? Big up to Swanex, who has said, has Archie Graham been signed for defence? Because it's looking like it, as he's hardly ever used in midfield. I really don't get it. If we've signed an 18-year-old to be a right-back understudy at 40 million, really does concern me. I mean, I think if you've got good scouts, you can pick up fullbacks for half that price. Harry de Hamster said, 3 managers have now rejected Spence. What is wrong with this guy? What the F is Ange ball? Said, if I'm Coventry, I'm looking at that side and thinking it's beatable. Well, look, let's see. Let's see. I'm hoping we can come out, get a couple of quick goals, take some pressure off. My worry is that we can seize an early goal when it becomes a kind of backs to the wall type performance. But we'll see. Sean Brown has said, we go out tonight. Ange needs to go. For me, I agree. For me, I don't want him here now, let alone if we lose to Coventry. Sims is not starting. Sims is on the bench, just so you know. And what a save. What an absolute world-class save from the Getafe goalkeeper. Anyone else watching La Liga at the moment? Some blokes just had a kind of scissor kick. Oh, superb. Great save. Absolutely great save. For all the people who tell me I don't watch other leagues. Where are we? Ghosted. So what's the point of having Brandon Austin if he can't even play these games? That is a massive concern, isn't it? That Fraser Forster is still Spurs number 2. What else is a concern? Only 275 likes. Come on, people. We should be on 400. There's nearly 700 of you in here. And thank you to the 15 people that so far tonight have subscribed. If you haven't already, please do. The link is pinned in the chat. And I'm sure one of my mods will put it back into the chat, put it into the chat. So big up if any of my mods are here. James has said that's a championship team at best. Listen, this is your manager. You love him. No, just kidding, James. Just kidding. How you doing, man? I hope you're well. Hope you're well. Henry Fong TV said many Coventry fans saying their midfield looks shaky. I mean, I can't pretend to know enough about their midfield, but we'll see. We'll see. Gleaver's family has said, hold tight. Dean from next door on the left and Grandad Ray to the right. Hold tight, Dean. Hold tight, Dean from next door on the left and Grandad Ray to the right. I've no idea what this means. Am I missing something? I'm so sorry. Big up. Yes, Robert, there is no Spence. For anybody who did not hear the Tottenham team, it is thusly. I think that is a made-up word. Forster in goal. A back four of Gray, Dragoshin, Davis and a doggy. Bentancur, Sarr and Bergval with Odeber, Solanke and Werner. So it looks very much like Gray will be right back. Udogie left back with Davis and Dragoshin at centre half. Bentancur, Sarr and Bergval as a free. With Odeber to the right, Solanke through the middle and Timo Werner to the left. The sub-benches, Vicario, Spence, Porro, Reguilon, Moore, Madison, Kulu, Johnson, and Son. So looking there. So that's no Romero. Trying to see if there's anyone else. No Basuma, no Romero. I'm not sure if anyone else is missing. For me, I think it shows that our squad just isn't that strong. But hey, we'll see. Where are we? Here he is. Here he is. Brian Daigle from Daigleland. I said, big up everyone in the chat. And of course, Football Heritage TV. Hope you're all well. This lineup is worrying. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm told it's all going to click. Look, Una, I just don't know. I'm gonna predict a score a minute before kickoff. I just don't know what to think at the moment. Yusuf has said Coventry have a solid defensive structure. Tough team to break down. Well, we're going to have to find a way, aren't we? Alex McCarthy, big up to you, has said, be interested to see Odeber actually start over Johnson for once. Well, look, it looks like he's starting on the right. beyond 72, I'm trying to be positive. I'm trying to be like all these fake YouTubers that say lovely things for the sake of it. I'm really, really trying. I mean, we should be beating Coventry, right? We should be. Come on. Come on. Oh, my God. How are we not scoring? We, by the way, is Betis in this game. Anyone I bet on is we. Gus, I said a shat team. Sticking with the 3-goal win, though. Yeah, I still think we should come through and win this game. Scott Greenway. How you doing, Scott? Hope you're well. I said we're effed with that back too, Savva. Dragoshin and Ben Davis. Ben Davis always gets a game in these cup competitions, doesn't he? He loves it. Hello, Gary and Barley. How you doing, man? I said changing my Spurs for Coventry 1 to Spurs 1, Coventry 2. Sorry, but if Sakamoto gets on a pitch, he will run us ragged. Maybe that's their master plan. Surfer's Locker has gone with 3-1 to Spurs. Free for all. As a Coventry makes 7 changes. Look, thank God they have, right? Thank God that they have. The Sheriff. Is that you, Mark Cousins? Is that you? Are you the Sheriff? Just so I know. Big up to you. I said he hasn't learnt from last year. Scott, I cashed out for $1,000. I was really disappointed. 1 Inter Milan goal away from $4,000. And I said to the wife, if this comes in, we are going away on a really nice holiday over Christmas. So she's sitting there going, she's like, I hate it when you gamble. But come on. And she's going, are Inter going to win? I'm like, yeah. They're the best team in Italy. Don't worry. They're the best team in Italy. They're going to win. The ref's gone to VAR in the Betis game. I don't know why. I'm really hoping it's something to do with Betis getting a penalty. Let's have a look. Sorry, I know this isn't is a penalty review. Come on. There's a penalty review. Here we go. Oh, I don't know. His arm was up. His arm was up. We'll see. Patrick has said disgraceful lineup, Savva. I don't know, mate. I just don't know anymore. Spurs really do test our patience. I'm really struggling to find the same love for the club that I once had with this manager and his tactics. But I still think there's enough there to beat Coventry. If we don't, serious questions need to be asked. Come on, referee. Everyone, fingers crossed for me that the ref points to the spot. He's about to do this. Here we go. Here we go. Come on. Penalty. See, you're getting my my Aka watch. So here we go. Guy Mowbray, he's your favorite one, is he? Let me catch up to some of the comments. The real N7 Yid Lewis has said, this is really bad this season. Reminds me of the season before we got relegated. No, I just can't see it ever being that bad. I just don't rate this manager one bit. Sorry, I know there's 700 of you in here. 350 of you are probably going, yeah, I agree. The other 350 probably hate me for saying it. That's fine. I'll live and die by my convictions. If I'm wrong, if he turns this around in the next 15, 20 games, I'll turn around and say I was wrong. What I won't do is say I was wrong because we beat Coventry City. AJ is absolutely not impressed by this lineup. You can't write this, guys and girls. It is Lo Celso who's going to take the penalty. Giovanni Lo Celso, stick with me, people. Steps up, left-footed, puts it in the bottom corner. We should not have sold him. I'm just kidding. Giovanni Lo Celso keeping the Aka alive. Well done, Gio. Nice penalty into the bottom corner. Here we go. Neil has said Forster can't get down quick enough. I mean, it's a true concern, isn't it? It's a true concern that he can't. By the way, guys and girls, 70 away from 400 likes. Smash that like button. And we're now just over 350 away from 14,000 subscribers. I think I deserve 14. If you do, smash that subscribe button. The game is on Sky Sports, and I believe the coverage starts in 7 minutes' time. Stuart has said, who played centre-back if one of them gets injured? Great question. So let's have a look at this. I'm guessing Spence will come on and Gray will shift out there. I don't know. I don't know. Great question. I didn't even notice that. No Romero or Van de Ven. Absolutely shocking. But hey, if we go 2-0 up, it's absolutely fine. have I seen the Spurs fans attacking AFTV? I don't know what this means. What do you mean? So I don't know anything about this. I'm trying to keep myself to myself. I don't want the drama. So I don't know. Here we go. Philly. Here we go. Just think of My Little Pony and Care Bears, Savva, to make you feel positive. Oh, dearie, dearie me. The fans aren't happy. Ajax are 2-0 up. If anyone cares about my Ajax, Ajax are 2-0 up. So that means that game is done and dusted because of the early payout. Well done, Ajax. Well done to them. So they've not been good this season. So it looks like this is going to be their first win. Ange didn't learn from Fulham. A lot of people saying that Ange didn't learn from Fulham. Free the right side is saying we have no centre-back because we have a weak squad and the best youth is injured or on loan. He's clearly protecting VDV Romero as he's scared to risk them. Well, let's be brutally honest, it's piss poor squad planning, isn't it? But it is what it is. Liverpool Truth Channel. See you again. Big up to you. Hope you're well. Savva, Archie Gray is the next Busquets. I love it. Yeah, sure. Okay. Stuart Marcus has said Savva, Vicario's a concern at the moment, let alone Forster. For me, he's a disaster waiting to happen. Look, a lot of people are saying this about Vicario at the moment. Look, I don't mind Vicario. I think he's an okay keeper. I don't think this is the keeper you sign if you want to go places. But hey, it was cheap, and that's what Spurs like. Big up for the super chats. A user has said players to prove their worth. Please, no 36 pence. Did a user, first of all, thank you so much. I really, really do appreciate you. Second of all, let me have a bit of water. Absolutely. The penalty shootout last night between Preston and Fulham, some of the best penalties I think I've ever seen. A wonderful penalty shootout. The goalkeeper scoring. Half the team had to take it twice. So, yes, but let's hope we don't get to that stage. Big up to you and thank you very much for the super chat. I really appreciate you, a user. And then another one of my faves. Big up to Martin Knightsbridge, my good friend Martin. How you doing, man? I really, really, really like to see you in my chat. So big up to you. Hope you are well. And he says, hello, Savva. Another day in the life of a Spurs fan. Absolutely. It would be boring if we were winning all the time, wouldn't it? Big up to you, Martin. Thank you so much. Hope you're doing well out there. And what a wonderful looking dog you've got there as well. Let's have a look. Haaland says, are the players not playing for Ange? I guess that's the question, right? I don't know. I think it all looks a bit stagnant, but let's see what the players do tonight. I mean, this is the sort of game where Tottenham Hotspur should be all over this. We should go out there and put them to the sword. Matthew Donna said, I've put £150 on a Coventry win and over 3.5 goals. Over 3.5 goals in the game or to Coventry. Because if it's Coventry and them to score 4 goals or more, that is massive. Crazy, but massive. Colin, I said I was surprised that Forster is still at the club. Yeah, absolutely. But again, we've got no desire to strengthen. We showed that. What could someone? I need a bit more context. When we say they attacked AFTV, in what way? Just so I've got a bit of context here. Again, attacking. What does this mean? What online? At their headquarters, what does this mean? Spurs forever has said, big up Savva. Have to say, shocked with that team. Honestly, the team we played Fulham with last year was better. Could be a long night. Well, look, let's see. We've had a lot of people bigging up Bergvall, bigging up Gray, bigging up Odegaard. They've got it. Let's see. Let's see what they're made of tonight, shall we? Agreed. I don't think many clubs would. I agree with you. I completely agree with you, Robert. One and only. I'd love vodka, but I'm teetotal these days, so I have to stick to water. And I promise you, it's water just in a beer glass. Make of that what you will. Now FM has said, are our high line will be exploited. Well, look, guys and girls, will it be exploited? There's 31 minutes to go until kickoff. I believe before that, the Brighton game kicks off as well. So I don't know if that's on TV as well, so we can watch the first 15 minutes of that. Jay Yee has said Matthew Don is obviously lying. Spurs Rule said, so fed up with the club that I hope we lose. Well, I never want us to lose. Whether we do or not is a different matter. And I've just seen Hector Bellerin playing in this game as well. It's all happening in this game. Big up, Mark. How you doing, mate? Big up. George, how you doing, man? I said the toxic positivity brigade telling me we've improved our squad, aren't allowed to be upset by this lineup. I agree. All of those people that are super positive, they liked this summer transfer window. So I hope this win comes off for them. It wouldn't surprise me if we don't win, but for them, they kept telling us all that these were great players. Savva, they didn't attack. Oh, okay. So it's a lot to do about nothing, is it? Okay, fair enough. I saw Bergvall in the international break, and he was good, much more lively than the likes of Alanga over at Nottingham Forest. Fair enough. Stephen D said we should have gotten Raya. Oh, he's a much better keeper than Vicario. Let's be brutally honest. My three girls, 33 C Fox Sport Fisher. I mean, what a title. I don't know what any of that means, but hello, has said lots of the usual sideways passes tonight. Yeah, of course, lots of the usual sideways passes. We wouldn't have it any other way. We've got Spurs fans saying this is exciting attacking football. I just don't know. I just don't know what is exciting. By the way, Ashley Garwood, are you in my chat? Let me know. I've seen that you've WhatsApped me. I just can't get to the comment, my man. I can't get to it. Big up to Jordan Beckford in the chat. He said, why do you think Spence never starts, even in these games? Well, I mean, then the club should have got rid of him. But yeah, sure, I get it. Terry Wright, big up to you. So big up Savva and everyone in the chat. The fool believes we can challenge for the league. It is what it is. Simon has said Spurs fans got jealous of AFTV doing interviews after the game, so they just throw abuse. Look, there's never a need for abuse, but people will do what people do, unfortunately, in this world. Kugan has said, Savva, if you want Ange out, who would you want right now? There are many managers I would have over this guy. I would take Eddie Howe. I would take Thomas Frank. I'd take Thomas Tuchel. I'd take Ruben Amorim. There are many. At this stage, I didn't want him back. I'd take Poch back. I'd take Nagelsmann. I don't know, just so many I would have over Ange. I don't rate him. I'm so sorry. I don't rate him as a manager. His tactics, his subs, his press conferences, the guy just does nothing to make me get on board with him at all. A team of Vinny Samways. Oh, Sue. Remember the days of Vinny Samways? Vinny Samways in midfield with Paul Stewart, Naeem. You had Paul Walsh in front of them, Gary Lineker. Gaza was in that team. Oh, Gaza. Now we're pinning all our hopes on 18-year-old kids. Mandy has said, why play Gray at the back? Put him at 6. Well, for everyone that keeps telling me he's a 6, he's not getting any game time in there, is he? Big up to you. Thank you very much for your comments. Big up to Wayne Holland as well. So big up to him. Big up to the 20 people that have subscribed tonight. As I said, we're just over 350 away from the 14K. And on the likes front, we're nearly at 370. So if I could read, that would be great. We're at 345. Let's get that to 400 before the game starts, or nearer 500, to be honest with you. Thank you for being here. I'm sure there's many people doing watch-along, so thank you for choosing to be with me. If you are, just let me know why as well. It'd be good to know what I do and what you would want to see more of. What would you like to see me do more or less of during watch-alongs? Cambo wants Glasner. I like Glasner. I think he's a good manager. Quinny has said Amorim should be number 1. I really like Ruben Amorim. Again, I just want somebody. I just want somebody that doesn't go gung ho. I want someone that understands that there is a delicate balance between midfield, attack and defence. That's all I ask for. I'm not asking for the world. I'm not expecting someone to come in and win titles. Yes, I would take the Girona manager as well. He gets them very well set up. Absolutely, I would take him. Big up, Pappy. Well, this is going to end up being a 5-hour stream. So we've got 3.5 hours to go. So big up to you. And the only thing I've got to keep me going is this. Kinder Bueno. I really like these. I really like them, apart from there's a packet, then there's another packet. And other than that, I really like Kinder Buenos. JS said, Ange has learned nothing from last year. He's stubborn and never makes required adjustments nor to team nor plan. Yeah, there's a lot to be said for it. There's a lot to be said for it. Savva, we're keeping Poch in America. Listen, do you know what? Robert, I was one of those. When Poch went, I thought it was the right time. I thought he'd had a long time here, and you know, he'd put up with Levy long enough, and I didn't want him back. But watching Ange, I would take Poch back all day, every day. Watching the way Ange plays, I really, really would. I'm not saying he's my number one, but I would take him back. Rob Skier said this manager is an absolute joke. Look, let's wait and see if we win. I don't think he's a joke. I just don't rate him. I just don't think he's good enough for this level. I could be wrong in the future, but we'll find out. Come on, Betis. Get a second one. Lo Celso, what a goal. Giovanni Lo Celso has just scored. That's his brace. Giovanni Lo Celso has just got his second of the game in the Champions League at the moment with 93 minutes gone. Sparta Prague 3, Salzburg 0. That's a huge result for Sparta Prague. And Bologna 0, Shakhtar Donetsk 0. Shakhtar Donetsk did miss a penalty in the 4th minute of that game. Other than that, it's been all Bologna. They've had 16 shots in that game, but only 2 on target. Sounds a little bit like Tottenham, doesn't it? Big up to each and every one of you. Anyone know, is the Brighton game on? Let me have a look, see if the Brighton game is on. Let me have a look. They're interviewing Mark Robbins. I don't know if it is. I don't know. But let's get back to your comments, shall we? Big up to each and every one of you. Keep smashing that like button. Really appreciate you. We're nearly at 400. As I said, this will always be a channel. I don't ask for money, but I do like the super. I do like the likes and the subscribers. I'm a cow moo moo. Love this account. I'd love to know who this is. Look at that fucking moo. What is going on? VCats has said, I can't believe I still see Ben Davies starting. Yeah, 10 years in. 10 years in. We're starting Ben Davies. What do you do? What do you do 10 years in? Big up to Ben Davies. Elias Rota said, Gary Gray will mostly play in midfield with this inverted fullback system. Sure, but he's got to defend properly at right back, right? Paul has said, spoke to Vinny Samways in his nightclub in Gran Canaria. Big up Vinny Samways with a nightclub. A good midfielder, Vinny Samways. Just kept it ticking, didn't he? Just kept it. A bit Ray Wilkins-esque. Kept it ticking. The crab, I believe they called Ray Wilkins. Lappers82 has said, sack Ange. I've had enough. Lots of people asking for him to be sacked. Simon has said, David Moyes or Ange? I'll put that question out to everyone. David Moyes or Ange, if you had the choice. I'm not even going to go and start this debate. Oh, yes. How could I forget how much you loved Pochettino? Big up to you, Mark. Hope you're well. Surfers Locker said, you don't sugarcoat the match, which is why I like watching your channel. Look, I'll always call it for what it is. If Spurs are good and win, I'll praise it. If we're not, I will berate it. Unfortunately, this is my 4th watch along of the season. So far, I've not managed to find you guys a win. I do apologise. I went to the wife's, I went to the father-in-law's house for the Everton game, so I missed that watch along, and Spurs won 4-0. Big ups to absolutely everyone. Where are we? Let's see if I can get over to, is it Sky Sports 1? Yeah, there we go. Sky. Sports 1 main event. Big up to Nige at Pure Coys. If you haven't, please subscribe to this man. Nige is absolutely lovely, a really nice guy, talks really calmly about Spurs and keeps me on my best behaviour at times. Yes, the Brighton game is a 7:45 kickoff, which is 6 minutes away. We want Brighton purely for my ACCA. Other than that, I wouldn't care, but purely for my ACCA. Let's have a look. Sorry, I haven't even looked at any of the Champions League team news tonight. So PSG, have they gone strong? Dembele, Asensio and Barcola up front. Borussia Dortmund, I've got away at Bruges. Marlon Brandt and Adeyemi with Chan, Gross and Sabitzer. Yeah, that's strong enough for me. And then Man City, let's see what they've done. Man City have gone with Ederson, Lewis, Diaz, Akanji, Vardiol, Rodri, De Bruyne, Silva, Grealish, Savinho, Haaland. Not bad at all. Not bad at all, that team from Man City. So, Champions League, League Cup, I think there's La Liga, Eredivisie. It's all happening. It's all happening. Game and Noah, I said, come on, Cov. All right. All right. We've got Coventry fans inside the house, have we? Big up to Mari. How you doing, man? I said, big up Savva. This should be an interesting game. I expect Bergvall to ball against this side. Is that too much to ask? Well, look, I think the interesting thing with this is Bergvall's been getting a lot of hype. And I'm not knocking that. I just think I want to see this boy play consistently for a few games to really see how good he is. If he's as good as many say, then let's see him ball. As you said, let's see it in this game. But you know what it's like. People put so much pressure on these youngsters that it's crazy. But big up to you, Mari. I really appreciate the support, man. It really does help. Thank you very much. And I always do try and support all the other channels as well. So I don't think people can say I'm not generous, but big up to you. Thanks, Mari. Really appreciate that. Where are we? Here we go. The question was, Moyes. Wasn't my question before anyone. I know what will happen. Someone on another channel go, oh, Savva said Moyes or Poch, Moyes or Ange. But the question was asked by somebody, Moyes or Ange. Let's have a look at the answers. Moyes, Ange, Ten Hag or Mark Robbins. I reckon. Ange, Moyes. Look, I don't know. I mean, Moyes is a seasoned Premier League manager that done wonders with Everton. He's won a European competition with West Ham. I don't know, man. But I just don't rate Ange at all. I really don't. Do people really want Ange out so bad they're willing to accept Ryan Mason as the manager? Swanex, I'm at the stage where I don't think he'd do any worse. The results can't get any worse than what we're seeing. Absolutely not. Can you imagine if Ange goes and Southgate comes in? Gosh, it would be absolutely terrible, wouldn't it? Rob Frank said, Lo Celso laughing at Spurs. Well, look, for whatever reason, he never settled at Spurs. He never got a proper run. No manager seemed to like him. It's an interesting one with him, isn't it? Adrian Tierney said, look at that lineup. I give up. We will beat them tonight. If we will be beat tonight if we are not careful. Look, there's a lot going on. Big up, Jacob. United Spurs of America said, Sav, big up, much love to you. Please get over and subscribe to the United Spurs of America as well. I don't like the lineup, but I hope it works. If we end up losing this, I'll be Ange out, I think. Hang on, this can't be Jacob. This can't be Jacob. Hang on, I'm going to message Jacob. I don't believe Jacob sent me that in any way, shape, or form. Where is it? Hang on, bear with me 1 second. Hang on, I'm just sending this to Jacob. I just saying, hello, mate. This isn't you. I'm live, by the way. This isn't you, is it? There's no way you said this. No way. I don't believe. It's not. I still can't work out if it's him or not. Is it you? I think he's just winding us up. He's very much Ange in, Ange in, Ange out. What does it all matter at the end of the day? Hey, it's just football. Why is he playing Gray over there? Well, look, Gray's got to play somewhere, right? We spent this money. Gray's got to play. Bergval's got to get games. Let's see. It's all a bit crazy. It really, really is. Big up to Ryan Trestane. How you doing, mate? He says he thinks we will win on penalties. Well, that will be, can you imagine? I mean, going out on penalties, man. Winning on penalties, it just won't do Ange any favours for me. They're just showing some clips from Coventry beating Tottenham in the 2000 season. So 24 years ago, Coventry beat Tottenham 2-1. I'm just trying to have a look who it was. Whoever that was a lovely goal. Let's see. Was that... who was that? Was that Hadji? Or now they're showing Coventry beating Tottenham in the 1987 Cup final. I was there. My uncle took me to that. I was there. They beat us 3-2 in the Cup final. I remember being there because oh God, I was a kid, but I remember being taken there. Ryan Mason, Arsenal were like Ryan Mason. The Coventry team again is Ben Wilson, Van Uyck, Thomas, Binks, and Bidwell, Eccles and Allen in midfield, with Asante, Rodoni and Wright behind Bassett. Players like Sakamoto, Mason Clark, Andrews and Sims are all on the bench, as well as Ben Sheaf. And the Tottenham team is Fraser Forster in goal, Archie Gray, Dragushin, Davis and Adogi as a back four, Papa Sarr, Bentoncourt and Bergval, with Odegaard right, Solanke through the middle, Werner left, Vicario, Reggie, Son, Madison, Kulu, Johnson, Porro, Spencer, Moore. And I'm glad that I rushed through that because it's just gone off the screen. And now they are interviewing Ange Postecoglou. Jacob. It's not. I fail to believe, Jacob, if you're watching, I fail to believe that you're going to be Ange out if we lose tonight. But yeah, it's the Timo Werner thing has pissed a lot of people off. But listen, he signed Timo Werner. They're paying him an extortionate amount of money. He was bound to play at some point. Excuse me. He was bound to play at some point, wasn't he? Savva, check Mason's manager stats compared to Ange. Someone else can do it. If I start trying to do that while I'm doing a watch along, it's going to go wrong. Of course, this guy's in the chat. Are you ready? It's Angus. Savva, Southgate could happen, though, because him and Levy are best buds. A user has said Lo Celso is not made for the Premier League. Glass leg fracture every time. Yeah, he did seem to be made of glass, that boy. A good footballer, but it didn't work under a lot of managers. Big up Jacob has said, I have faith in Ange no more and better to make the call on lineup than me. I have faith Ange no more. Yeah, sure. And sorry, I read that properly. Yeah. Look, it's going to be interesting, man. It's going to be interesting. Let's have a look. Oh, the messages I'm getting from Spurs fans and YouTubers about this lineup. Lee Richards said, not going to lie, my heart sank when I saw the starting lineup. But a lot of people have been saying they want these young players to get a chance. Guess tonight we'll find that. Amen. We will see. Let's see how good they are. There's pressure from day one. Let's see how good they are. Jacob's WhatsApping me saying it is him. I think he's being sarcastic, but it is him, apparently. Guarava said dinosaur managers over Ange. Terry Wright, I really like Thomas Frank. I think he's so underrated. I think he's done an absolute brilliant job with a very limited budget for a very long time. He loses his best players constantly, and they just keep making it work. Ken T has said, just tuned in. Why is Spence not playing? He's playing Archie Gray there. Was that Hadji? God, Hadji, yeah. I remember they had Hadji and Chippo. Yeah, Coventry had Mustafa Hadji. Yeah, Hadji and Chippo at the same time. I remember when they had... Who remembers when they had the likes of Huckabee, Noel Whelan? Who remembers these players? Robbie Keane was there, wasn't he? Vindaloo has said, you got this. It's a championship side. Well, you know what? We're going to find out in 11 and a half minutes. Paul Stewart, absolute legend of a player, came on to my podcast. Many years ago, Paul Stewart, really nice guy. And Paul Stewart is the last Spurs player to ever score in a FA Cup final. Anyone know that? Des Walker scored an own goal, but Paul Stewart is the last ever Spurs player. I can see him now being slipped in, and he just drove it into the bottom corner. Surely some of you are old enough, you will remember that from 1991 when Spurs had a proper team. Those days were the good days. Not now. Those were the good days. Smalto said, let's take a Ruben Amorim. Peter Bosch, Stuttgart manager, any will do. I'm at the stage where there are so many. I would take over Ange Postecoglou. I make no apologies for it at all. I really, really don't. Sav, what's for dinner? I don't think I'm here. I can't have dinner. I've been doing this since 6. I probably won't finish till 11, but I have got a Kinder Bueno for some sugar and energy that I'll probably have at half time to keep me going. Ken T said, feels like all the managers are playing chess and Ange is playing checkers. Lots of people starting to go off the manager. Lots of people are. I get it. Tom, Peter Unlove, very good player. Wasn't it? Yeah, Peter Unlove. I remember him. Yeah, I remember him. John Hartson. Anyone remember? He was at Coventry, I believe, before he went. Was he at Coventry before Arsenal or after Arsenal? I know he was at Luton. God, we're going back some years when I'm talking about John Hartson. It's all up there, the football. Where are we? Yeah, Gus Parker. Yeah, a proper day, a proper team, proper defenders, proper midfielders, proper tactics. Loved it. Absolutely love it. Don't like it now. Dion Dublin did play for Coventry for a long time. So did Gary McAllister. So did, what's his name? Oh, why can't I remember his name? Gordon Strachan. Cockney Geezer. I said, all I can say is good night, Vienna. Good night, Vienna. Is that in terms of Ange? Is that what we're saying? Is that what we're saying? Yeah, now people are sending me messages going, oh, Gio Lo Celso, he got a brace. Yeah, he has scored a brace. Let's just see. So what are we thinking for Mayaka? Just before we go back to Spurs, what are we thinking for Mayaka? So far, Ajax is in. Real Betis is in. So I've got Brighton, PSG, Man City and Borussia Dortmund for £700 off £20. What do you reckon? Who's going to let me down? I reckon it might be Borussia Dortmund that let me down. But you know what? We've gone for it. We've absolutely gone for it. That's all we can do. We can keep trying. Inter to beat City. I'll be really pissed off if they do because Inter Milan let me down for 4K at the weekend. They were dreadful. So I can't imagine. I don't think they'll have enough for City, but we'll see. Is it all three of? Are they the three? Yeah, I thought he played for all three of them. I just couldn't remember the order. Angus, I couldn't remember the order. Big up to you, mate. Gus, yeah. Look, I don't know. We'll find out, right? Brighton are 6.5 minutes into the game. We'll find out, won't we, as we go on. Daniel Harris, so big up Savva. Just got told to go and support City. Welcome to my life. Because I said we didn't dominate Arsenal and possession means sodder without goals. Our fan base has turned into the most childish thing ever. I'm seeing fans, like there's this idiot. I'll call him an idiot. He can come on. I've told him he can come on. I can't remember his name. There's this idiot last couple of days in my YouTube comments has been saying, all these plastic fans who want Ange out. Now imagine, I've just told you guys, I was at the 91 FA Cup final. I was at the 87 FA Cup final as a 4-year-old, right? Sorry, as a 5-year-old, right? And I'm being called plastic because I don't like a manager. Let that sink in. That's the level of intelligence of some people on the internet. David Bust. Yes, anyone who knows that name knows that name. That injury was horrific. My score tonight, I think it's going to be a 2-1 Spurs win. We've got to have enough to beat these. If we don't have enough to beat these, we've really got to start asking questions. We've really got to start asking questions about this manager and this squad, but we should have enough. They're just showing it still. Brighton 0, Wolves 0, by the way. And I will keep you up to date across all the scores across Europe tonight. But that's where we're at the moment. Kiri has said, I wonder who we are scouting from Dortmund. Apparently we got scouts there right now. It doesn't matter. They'll probably be 17 and never get a game anyway. Adrian Birrell. Savva, did you hear about the passing of Totò Schillaci? Yes, we talked about it earlier in the show. what a top player. Really, really good player. And that World Cup in 1990. Go on, Schillaci. What a good player he was. I am a Bet365 man because they do the early payout, which is a godsend sometimes. Goku Snake, okay, I said yid. Are there 76 other Goku Snakes? Just wondering. Yeah, Jazz Fusion, the plastics unite. It makes you laugh. Tom is even older than me. Said I was at the 81 replay final and the 91 final. Mate, it cracks me up when people say you're a fake fan, you're plastic, and you're thinking, mate, I was watching people like Gary Mabbott in the 80s. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's absolutely mental. Attacking ranks. Here you go. Attacking ranks this season for both Spurs and Coventry. Coventry in the Championship have had the fourth most shots. So have Spurs, the fourth most. Touches in the opposition box. Coventry have had the sixth most in the Championship. Spurs, the second most in the Premier League. Passes in the final third. Coventry have had fifth. Spurs second. Crosses. Coventry second. Spurs first. That must show how bad our crossing is, right? And big chances missed. Spurs are 14th with 7. Coventry have missed 11 big chances. That's 23rd in the table. And goals. Spurs are 9th in the Premier League for goals scored. And Coventry are 18th. So a Coventry team that don't score many goals. Getafe have pulled one back against Betis. But if anyone cares for my bet, it doesn't matter because Bet365 have paid it out. Ryan has said, I think you could do it. I reckon I could do a better job. I just think Ange really, really overcomplicates things. I'm joking about me doing a better job, but I just think he really, really overcomplicates football. People think it's visionary. Carl G. Big up, Carl G. How are we doing? Carl, one of my favourites, has said, Percy's just sent me his bet, has just said, 87 was heartbreak for me, but what a final. Yeah, 3-2. Yeah, I mean, I was 5. I remember the occasion and stuff, but yeah. I really like Julian Brandt. I think Julian Brandt's a really, really good footballer. The Hotspur said supporting Inter and Spurs tonight. I need City. They're in my acca. Sorry, Dan. I need Man City. The Spurs and Coventry players are making their way onto the pitch. Sorry, ignore that clock, by the way. Ignore that clock. I was just checking everything was working. And 1 second. I knew I'd mess it up. Bear with me 1 second. Is that right? Have we got it right? There we go. That'll do, won't it? Sorry about the Coventry badge being a tiny bit small. That's not in my library of badges. But yes, Dan, big up. Please support the Hotspur Hood. Here we go. Coventry City, Wilson, Van Uyck, Thomas, Binks and Bidwell. Eccles and Allen with Thomas Asante, Rodoni and Wright with Bassett up front. I don't know anything about him. And the Tottenham team that is about to come out. You tell me the Tottenham team. We know the Tottenham team, but I'm going to read it out to you anyway. It is Fraser Forster in goal. Archie Gray at right back. Ben Davis and Dragashin at centre-half with Adogi at left-back. A midfield three of Bergvall, Bentancur and Sarr. And a front three of Odeberg, Werner and Dominic Solanke. Which Spurs will we get? Max, I don't know about good foundations. I think there's better players there than what he's doing. So I would expect a proper manager to come in and hit the ground running, if I'm brutally honest. All these people who are pretending it's some sort of rebuild, I just don't see it, if I'm brutally honest. Big up to absolutely everybody in the chat. Please smash that like button. We've got to 408 likes. Big up to each and every one of you. And at the moment, where are we on the subscribers? We are only 360 away from 14,000. So thank you very much for all your support. But Norman Bassett, here we go, joined Coventry for an undisclosed fee from Cannes. in August. Last chance to get your score predictions in. I'm going with 2-1 to Tottenham. Get your score predictions in now. Hotspur Hood says we're going to do this 2 or 3-1. Jim Bird, Coys, big up Jim, says we're going to do this 3-1. I try my best. I've also positioned the TV so I'm not like that. It's just a bit to my right so I can see it a bit better. Yeah, Mark, I will do a members show. I will do a members show next week, I promise. And by the way, Brighton, Hove Albion are 1-0 up. Brighton are 1-0 up against Wolves. That's all I know from my app. I don't know who has scored. Somebody can tell me. Actually, I can find out by looking at this. Baliba has got the goal. Brighton 1, Wolves 0, and Gary O'Neill's bad start to the season continues. Here we go. 3-1 Cov, 3-1 Cov, 3-1 Spurs, 1-0, 0-0, 2-0 Cov, 2-1. We always concede, I agree. We're playing in a very murky is the colour of the kit I would use. 0-2. Could be on for a win. Yeah, long way to go. Somebody always lets you down in an ACCA. You think this week I would have won £5,600, but for Fulham drawing at Preston in one ACCA and Inter Milan drawing at Monza. I'm going to see if I can get this game started right now. Not me, the ref is obviously. I don't like the kit clash, if I'm brutally honest. I don't know if that's just me. And there we go. We are off and underway, people. The timer is going. We are off and underway. If I go quiet, as always, it means there's not a lot happening. And if I don't get to as many comments, you know why. But stick with me. Big up to each and every one of you. Tottenham play the ball out wide to the right. Here's Odegaard with pink boots. Gets on nice and early. Plays it backwards to Gray. How many times will we say plays it backwards today? And here's Odegaard seeing plenty of the ball already. Gives it away. Really poor pass from Odegaard. There's the ball. Played over the top immediately, but well cut out by Destiny Udogie. But straight away, you could see Coventry tried to play the early ball. A really poor ball from Forster. Coventry are in. And it's a great save from Forster in the end. Coventry should be 1-0 up. Tottenham with a terrible start. Fraser, Forster. The ball was played back by Dragoshin. Forster's under no trouble. He plays it out to Bergvall, who couldn't get the ball. And then the I don't know who that was. Who was it? Rodoni takes a shot from 20 yards. Forster pushes it away. We nearly went 1-0 down within the first minute. Tottenham Hotspur. Here we go. Tottenham. Oh, sorry. I can just feel like hay fever symptoms coming, and I know it's not hay fever, so I'm all a bit bunged up. Big up to each and every one of you, and it's going to be a corner kick. Bear with me 1 second. Let me blow my nose. 1 second. I can't shake this feeling. I can't shake it. Corner kick to Coventry City. Coming in from the right-hand side. It's dinked to the near post. And Fraser Forster flapped at it, then caught it at the second attempt. Guys, not the greatest of starts, and Coventry are pressing us already. Should be 1-0 to Coventry. Really, really poor from Tottenham as always. Someone remind me in the second half to order a takeaway for when this finishes. Here's Bergvall, plays it into Sarr. Sarr trying to get away from his man. Down the line to Odegaard. Odegaard goes backwards. We see that a lot in this Spurs lineup, don't we? Back to Forster. Forster now plays it out to Ben Davis. Ben Davis goes across to Dragoshin. Here's Odegaard. Takes on his man, but comes inside to Bentancur. Bentancur's they're hassling and harrying us. Obviously, it takes a lot to do that all game, but they're getting stuck in. Here is Timo Turbo. Oh, he goes back to Ben Davis. Ben Davis now goes out to Udogie. And a lot, again, I expect us to have hundreds of passes. I expect us to have hundreds and hundreds of passes. Here's Odegaard, brings the ball down. Not the best of starts. Not the best of starts. By the way, they're just showing the Brighton goal now. Brighton won the ball in the midfield. Oh, wow. Oh, Baleba, take a bow. He's had a shot from about 35 yards out. Has anyone else seen that Brighton goal? It's a great goal. Udogie gets the ball in central midfield for Spurs, plays it out wide to Werner. Werner passes and gives it away, and Coventry away. It's a foul. That's going to be a yellow card, surely, for Ben Davies. Early days. Is the ref going to book him for that? I mean, for me, that's a yellow card. He's not booked him, but for me, that's a yellow card. Really poor defending. It is what it is. Honours Bailey said, no hating, Savva. I don't know what that means, but big up to you. No hating what? What am I not hating? And the commentary keeper plays it down the pitch, and it goes all the way towards our box, but out for a throw-in. Giving the ball away a lot. Werner's done it already. Odeberg's done it already. Forster's done it already. Really struggling already at the moment with retaining possession. Big up to Jim Bird, who's become a channel member. Big up to you. Really appreciate you, Jim. Much love. Thank you very much. Really appreciate you. Here's Coventry now in their own half, playing it back to the centre half. He puts his foot on the ball, takes a touch, plays it out wide to the left back. And Coventry, we're pressing them well. Gray's pressing him. They've still got the ball. And he's got past Gray. Has he? No. Yes, no. They've won it back. It's all very scrappy. It's very scrappy. I don't know, for those who aren't watching it. And Timo Werner's played in down the line, but he's offside. Not the greatest 5 minutes of football you'll ever see, but a really good attempt from Coventry already. Spurs are very shaky at the back. Very shaky. Lee, I don't like it. I do not like these kick clashes. I thought it was just me, so I'm glad you said it. In the other game, it's Brighton 1, Wolves 0, PSG 0, Girona 0, City 0, Inter Milan 0, Club Brugge 0, Borussia Dortmund 0. Coventry just getting a bit of possession now on the ball in the midfield, and Werner blocks a pass and it goes out for a Coventry throw-in. At the moment, there's nothing to really show that we're the Premier League side here. It all looks a little bit wayward. And Doug King is in the crowd. He is the Coventry owner and chairman. Doug, would you like to buy Tottenham? Here goes, is this Rodoni again? Down the line. Sorry, it's not. It's Bassett. He's gone past Davis, pulls it back. Davis has stood him up, and Davis gets his foot in the end, and it's a throw-in deep in the Tottenham half. It's a throw-in to Coventry City. And Coventry, you'd have to say, have started with a little bit more purpose than Tottenham Hotspur. Big up to each and every one of you in the chat. Nearly 7 minutes gone. And the kits for me, really bad choice here from both clubs, but not from Spurs. The ball's headed out by Udogie from the long throw-in. And the ball's played back out wide to, is that Van Uyck? Yeah, I've seen him before. I like him, the right back Van Uyck. The ball is swung into the box, all the way to the back post. Ben Forster has flapped at it, but catches it at a second attempt. It's not been great, has it? The start from Fraser, did I say Ben? Fraser Forster. Not been great. Here's Bentancur in the midfield, lays it off to Dragushin at centre half. He's slowing the game down, bringing it out from that right centre-back area. Passes it 5 yards to Gray. Absolute pointless pass. Gray 5 yards to Sarr, back to Dragushin, back to Forster, and he plays it out to Ben Davies. Ben Davies back to Forster. It's all very slow and boring watching Tottenham these days. Mikey Moore is not playing. Mikey Moore is on the bench. I would have loved to have seen him play, but he's on the bench. The Brighton game has been suspended. It is Brighton 2. Brighton 2, Wolves 0 after 23 minutes. That's the third one of my ACCA in. Or has it been disallowed? It just came up 2-0. Now it's saying 1-0. If anyone's watching that game, let me know. I don't know what's going on. I'll let you know in a second. But is that a goal? Suspended again. Somebody can let me know. You've missed nothing in the Spurs game, by the way. Coventry have got the ball in their own box. They play it out down the line. And a foul given away by Dragoshin for a push in the back. I don't know what happened in the Brighton game. It came up that there was a goal, and then it's just gone. So I don't know what happened. The Coventry keeper now can launch it down the field, and he's launched it too far. And that goes all the way through to Fraser Forster. Right, remember, some of you, please, deep in the second half, remind me to order a Chinese. All right, remind me so that I can get it for about 10:30ish. Big up. So Dragoshin plays it across to Davis. A lot of this monotonous, boring possession that everyone's raving about. Bentancur tries a through ball. It's cut out by the Coventry player, and it's a throw-in to Tottenham Hotspur on the right-hand side. It's not very inspiring yet. Only 10 minutes gone, but BP, I don't know what I'm getting from the Chinese. I'm talking about ordering in about an hour and a half, 2 hours. But we'll see. Don't forget, after this, we'll have some post-match analysis as well. So we'll be going for a very, very long time tonight. Here's Bergvall. Hasn't seen a lot of the ball. He plays a good ball out wide to Timo Werner. Werner takes a touch, cuts inside, passes it into Bergvall, who tries to take his man on but can't, and Coventry can clear the ball into midfield. And are they away here? No. Well done to Bentancur to get him back, and Udogie wins the ball. Here's Bentancur with the ball. We got back well there. That's quick. We got back quite quick. I don't know, my man. I don't know. I'm just watching what I've got. I'm just watching live. That's all. I don't know. Werner has just... he's dreadful, isn't he? He is dreadful. Big up Double D. Listen, I try my best. I like to keep them entertaining. I like to keep them fair and honest as well. Big up to each and every single one of you, each and every time. I just think it's going to be carnage if we go out. And the Coventry player really calmly chested the ball back to the keeper. Long ball over the top. He just chested it down. Cool, calm, and collected. Here's Coventry on the left-hand side. They played the ball down the line, but intercepted from Radu Dragoshin. And he goes all the way back to Forster. We go back to our goalkeeper so many times. It's unreal, don't we? Ben Davis back to Dragoshin, back to Forster. This is tedious. People in our fan base think this is good football. It is tedious. Here's Werner down the line. Cuts in on his right. Plays a good ball down to Udogie. Udogie whips it across, and Coventry can clear it. That's as exciting as we've been so far. The cross in from Udogie, but it was a poor cross, if we're going to be brutally honest. Here is Sarr going into the box. He pulls it back. He's still got it. The Coventry player is hassling him really well and gives away the free kick, but he pushed Udogie all the way out, did Eccles, all the way out to the half, to the touchline. Spurs take the free kick quickly to Bentancur. Bentancur to Gray. I really want to see Gray and Bergvall get on the ball here, see what the fuss is all about. Here's Davis to Timo Werner. The cash out is at £96 for anyone that cares. Surely you lot don't care. I just like to tell you about my hackers. The cash out is £96. Here goes Coventry down the left. No, a good block there from Papa Sarr, and it's a throw-in to Coventry City. Not really a lot to report if anyone's just joining, anyone's not got the game. Yeah, I mean, we've done nothing here at all to look like a Premiership team. A lot of meaningless possession again. Yeah. Alfie, it didn't. No, Fulham let me down. Just the one. Fulham let me down. The day before it was Inter. Today, it looks like at the moment, well, it's really early doors. PSG, City and Dortmund for 700 quid. That's all we need. We haven't had a shot. No, we have not had a shot, BP, yet. We have not had a shot yet. Surely we're going to start putting some pressure on. Ledoux, I agree. I can't see him lasting. Tottenham trying to play through, give the ball away, and the ball goes back to the goalkeeper. The goalkeeper launches it down the field, and Coventry were in there, but a great header away from Ben Davis. You can see what Coventry are trying to do. They're going to sit in, they're going to tuck in, and they're going to try and hit us on the break. Alex Scott experience. The team is Fraser Forster, Gray, right back, Dragusin, Davis, Adogi, Bentancur, Sarr and Bergfowl with Odegaard, Solanke and Werner. Werner cuts inside, cuts in again, and again lays it off to absolutely no one. If anything, Ange should get the sack just for signing Timo Werner twice. For me, a dreadful management decision, not once, but twice. Solanke, he hasn't touched the ball, I don't think. I don't think he's touched the ball. It's been really poor from Tottenham so far. Here we come forward, though, with Rodrigo Bentancur. Here's Timo Werner. Is he through? Timo Werner, he's got nothing. Timo Werner. He was trying to wriggle his way through. And again, his touch is so bad. His touch is so bad. The Coventry defender just nicked it away from him. Big up, Chloe. How you doing? Hope you're well. Yeah, but I'm definitely not putting Crystal Palace in the Hackers again. Remember that. But big up to you, Chloe. I hope you're well. Here come Coventry on the halfway line. They're coming forward. They've played the ball into midfield. He tried to play the early ball, but his teammate would have been offside. And it's through to Fraser Forster. He can play it out to Ben Davis. 15 minutes gone. Absolutely nothing to write home about. And Odegaard is down holding his hamstring. Odegaard is down holding his hamstring. Not sure how serious it is. Not sure. We'll see. The physio is on. Let's have a look what happened here. It looked a bit innocuous. Nothing really happened, but then he really pulled up at the end with his with his hamstring. By the way, Brighton are 2-0 up now, I think. Brighton are 2-0 up. So I think that's the third of my 6 teams in, for anyone that cares. By the way, I'm not just ignoring Spurs. It's half-time. This sums up Ange Postecoglou to a T. Brennan Johnson's coming on instead of Mikey Moore. Brennan Johnson's coming on. Please get out of my club, Ange Postecoglou. Brighton are 2-0 up. Brighton are 2-0 up for anyone that cares. Just beggars belief. It absolutely beggars belief. Brennan Johnson instead of Mikey Moore. I don't even know why I'm surprised anymore. I don't know why I'm surprised. It's just so Spursy, isn't it? It's so Spursy. So it looks like Odegaard's coming off. It looks like they're just showing the Brighton goal. Brighton got the ball on the left-hand side. He cut in. Great goal. Another 20-yarder. Really good goals. The complete opposite to our Spurs play. Get the ball out wide, cut in, have a dig. 2 goals. And Brennan Johnson is on, everybody. What are we doing here? What are we doing here? Why could Mikey Moore have not got 70 minutes here? So Odegaard goes off. The game is back underway. Timo Werner plays the ball into Solanke, who has a horrible touch and gives away a foul. Horrible touch from Solanke. Listen, it's early doors for Solanke, but at the moment, he's not been in the game, and that was the first opportunity he had to do something. Really, really poor for Tottenham. This is, it's not good. I really wish I had some of the juice that these other fans were saying, when you watch us play, it's better than last year. Is it? I think we look awful. The ball's played out wide to the Coventry left back. He puts a long ball over the top. Bassett is chasing it, but it goes all the way through to Fraser Forster. So a hamstring injury. By the way, in this match, Tottenham have had 78% of the ball and we haven't had one shot. Coventry, 22%, they've had a shot. This is a Premier League team in 18 minutes without a single shot at goal. Here is Adogi. Adogi plays the ball back to Ben Davies. All we do is pass it along the back line. This is really tedious. Here goes Brennan Johnson. He dinks the ball across high. Bergvall brings it down his chest but gives it away. Wins it back. It goes out wide to Sarr. The ball's crossed in from Brennan Johnson. Cleared easily. And here goes, I don't know who this is. He's good, the guy in midfield. Number 23. Looks powerful for them. Looks a good player, whoever that is. If anyone can tell me who number 23 is. Dan, absolutely. Yeah, the youth process. Yeah. Oh, Mikey Moore's generational. Unbelievable, isn't it? Unbelievable. Apparently, yeah. Here's Brennan Johnson. Doesn't take on his man, even in the Championship. Plays it back to Gray and then gives the ball away. I can't with this guy. I can't with this guy. I can't. He is such a bad footballer. I just can't. I don't know what people are seeing in this Tottenham team. Here's Archie Gray. All Archie Gray's done is pass it backwards 5 yards every time he gets it. Coventry are pressing us at the back. Ben Davies then gives the ball away. Well won back by Papa Sarr. Here's Adogi running down the line. He's being shackled by the Coventry player. Leaves it to Werner. Werner comes into midfield on his right foot. Plays it out wide to Brennan Johnson. Guess what Brennan Johnson did? Yep, he laid it back 5 yards to Timo Werner. Timo Werner now on the right wing instead of the left, looking to take his man on. Bergvall tries to go through. I haven't seen anything from him yet or from Gray. Odegaard did nothing. I'm not seeing anything at the moment from any of these young, hungry players that are brilliant. And it's a corner kick to Tottenham Hotspur. It's a corner kick to Tottenham Hotspur. Bergvall has gone out wide to take it. 21 minutes gone. Corner kick to Tottenham Hotspur. The ball swung in and it's sort of bounced around and then gone out of the box. Solanke's gone out wide left to retrieve it. And it's a free kick to Coventry on the right-hand side of their box. The foul against Solanke. And I think this comment is the best comment of the day so far. Yes, Kirk, it is painfully boring watching this Tottenham team play. I don't know. I keep popping into other channels and I keep hearing how great we are. I don't know what they're watching. There's the ball played out wide to the left back. He plays it down the line and Coventry have got a break on here, have they? No, Bentancur done well, but it's a throw into Coventry deep in the Spurs half. Big up, Shazib. Thank you, mate. Really appreciate that. Thank you. All three of the Champions League games are watching, by the way. Not watching, but are still 0-0. PSG 0, Girona 0. Man City 0, Inter Milan 0. And Club Brugge 0, Borussia Dortmund 0. Mark, I'm not sure, man. I just think all I ever hear is, oh, Mourinho style, Conte style. This is crap. I'm calling it as it is now. I don't care. People will clip me up. This is crap. Come on. Where's the urgency? Where's the energy? Bergvall gives the ball away, but mopped up by Ben Davies. So far, I've not been impressed at all by Bergvall or Gray. They keep giving the football away. And it's a throw into Tottenham over by the dugouts. Ange looks very pensive with his raincoat on, his nice, smart, long coat. Needs to do something here, does Ange? This is really poor. Give him time. It's going to click. Oh, my gosh. Dragusin, guess what he's done? Yep. Played the ball back to Fraser Forster. It is so monotonous. Matthews, the style of football is great when you're struggling to sleep. The fact that I'm coming to the comments and not and taking my eyes off the game is madness. Here's Ben Davies. Back to Forster. Forster to Dragusin. Here's Bergvall down the right-hand side. He cuts back. Our players love cutting back, don't they? Into Papasar. And Bergvall tried to slip the ball through. Cleared by the Coventry defence. Here's Brennan Johnson. Solanke lays it off to Brennan Johnson. And Brennan Johnson is taken down. That's a foul. That's a foul. Really bad foul by the Coventry player who's going to get a yellow card for that. Really bad foul that. But it was Archie Gray, sorry. Archie Gray cut inside, ran through, and he was just cynically taken out. I'm just waiting for this exciting football that I keep hearing about from Tottenham fans. I'm waiting for it. I just don't see it. I do not see it at all. So it's a free kick from Tottenham. It's about 30 yards out on the right-hand side of the box. Bergvall whips it in. It's gone all the way across and put out for a corner kick, I believe. Cross floated in straight into the hands of the Coventry goalkeeper. I really wish I had something more exciting for you. Apologies, guys. This must be a very boring watch-along. Bergvall wins the ball in midfield and then loses the ball in midfield. Bergvall loves giving the ball away. He absolutely loves giving that football away. Coventry trying to play their way out, and they have done. They've really done well to play their way out into the midfield. They've taken a touch out wide to the left, and now they've got an overload on the left-hand side. They're going to whip the ball in. I believe that's Bidwell. It's gone over everyone, headed clear, and then cleared by Brennan Johnson. But Coventry there just put a nice move together, really good move. And they're coming again. I think they've realised there's nothing special about Tottenham Hotspur. Bidwell plays the ball down the line. Are they going to get the cross in? The player's being held up. He plays it back to Bidwell. A deep cross all the way to the middle. It's won by the Coventry player. It's laid off to the edge of the box. Here's Van Uyck, who has a shot, and Timo Werner slides in and blocks. It's a corner kick to Coventry. This is... I don't know. I don't... Yes, he's blocked it for a corner. Carlos has said, yeah, fans banging about possession each time, but failed to mention backways and sideways. Yeah, I agree. It's such a horrible style of football. Here's a corner kick from Rodoni. It's swept in. And Forster pushed his way through, cleared it, and it's gone all the way back to the halfway line. But Coventry still have the ball. Here's Van Uyck. They're going to come again. Flawless. You don't have to be here, mate. You don't have to be here. You wanted Jose and Conte out. I didn't want Jose out. I liked Jose. Conte, I did want out. Yeah, his football was horrible. But he didn't have this squad. So you don't have to be here. So toodaloo, mate. You don't have to be here. I think I agreed. We look awful. Ball floated in. Fraser Forster drops it and then gets it at the second attempt. See, unfortunately, you've got people like this that think this is good. Shocking football. Kuva. Yeah, absolutely. Kuva. We're not even up for a cup game. Like, we're not even... Flawless, go away. You're not needed here. I'm telling the truth. Give Ange time. This isn't his first year, mate. This isn't his first year. Carl, it's unbelievable, isn't it, how much we go backwards? It's unbelievable. Good. Trust him. Some of us don't. Here's Dragusin. You haven't missed anything, by the way. Big up Perchy. Absolutely. The myth that we play attacking football. It is shocking. This football is awful. Absolutely awful. Exactly. Get the likes up. Sorry, where's that? Get the likes up to 500, you lazy buggers. Absolutely. We're on 440. Get those likes up. And please do keep subscribing. Sorry, my work's going mad. Do please keep subscribing. Here's Dominic Solanke. He's dropped deep to get the ball now. Plays it through to Udogie. Couldn't quite get there. And it's a free kick to Tottenham. The foul by Van Uyck. Sorry, it's hard, isn't it? It's really hard. Really hard to watch Spurs and enjoy it. It's going to be a free kick floated in by Bergval. Come on, Spurs. Can we score from a set piece? Because we don't look like scoring any other way. Dean. Don't. Yeah, Dean. Flawless, you're agreeing with an Arsenal fan. Corner comes in, easily cleared. Flawless, you're agreeing with Vindaloo, who's an Arsenal fan. Of course he wants to give Ange time. Kuva, so don't be so negative, Savva. We've got over 70% possession. We're pretty much Man City. Oh, God, it's so boring, isn't it? This is just so dead. Here is Papa Sarr. Yeah, the game is on UK TV for anyone that's asking. Big up. Yes, I'm half Greek. The game is on Sky Sports for anyone asking. Here's Udogie just inside our own half. Solanke has dropped to our own half, given the ball away. Here goes Brandon Thomas Asante. He's knocked the ball into the box and it's cleared. And he gets himself a throw-in deep in the Tottenham half. This has been... This is awful, isn't it? Yeah, sure. Yep, give Ange time. Yep. What's this time he needs? He's had this group of players now for about 16 months. Long throw into the box, flicked on, cleared. Can Spurs get rid of it? It's up in the air. It's gone out of the box. Van Uyck brings it down. He's taken his man on. And Adogi, sorry, is that Adogi is mopped up? Gives it to Timo Werner, who can now run down the left, can he? Here's Andoni going forward again. Coventry look like the most likely team at the moment. Here's Van Uyck, crosses, and it's out for a corner kick. Coventry taking the game to Tottenham at the moment. Mate, there are many words I'd like to use, Morton Barley. I really need to know from these really positive channels. I need to know what they're watching. This is just awful again. Again. Someone's just messaged me and said, I think we'd struggle in the Championship. I agree. Corner kick comes in from Coventry on top of the keeper. And it's headed back into the box. It's jumping. It's playing around in there. The overhead kick. And the ref's given a free kick for a push by the Coventry player. Spurs have got away with that one. But Scott, I agree. It's absolutely appalling football. Big up, Graham. Oh, God. We haven't had a shot against Coventry in 34 minutes. This feels like, to me, whether or not it happens, this feels like, to me, like this is one of them when it's the beginning of the end of a manager. The football is just so poor. Wolves have pulled one back against Brighton, for anyone that didn't know. Wolves have pulled one back. I think it was Sarabia, but someone will let me know. I think it was Sarabia. Here's Tottenham. Guess what? We're playing it across the back four again. Here's Dragoshin. Dragoshin to Bentancur. He goes back to Dragoshin. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. This is... Jesus, I know he weakened the team a little bit, but this is awful. Ben Davis with a clipped ball over the top, all the way through to the keeper. Olmo, are you what? Again, look at this. I think he's good, plays good attacking football. What are these people watching? There's the ball down the line, and it's out for a Coventry throw-in just near the halfway line. Oh, Jim, I would love him to sack him at half-time. I cannot stand this style of football. It is awful. People keep telling me, oh, compared to where we were. If Man United are saying they want Ange, they can have him from my point of view. Poor. Okay, right. Come on, Spurs. Here's Brennan Johnson. He's passed it backwards. Of course he has. Here's Papa Sarr. He can drive forward with it. At least he's attempting to drive forward. Then the simplest of pass gives it away. We are dreadful. Here's Brennan Johnson. He's actually played a forward pass, a rubbish pass. Brennan Johnson, sorry, mate. I don't believe in any abuse that he's been getting online. But what a terrible footballer Brennan Johnson is. This manager has signed some absolute duds, hasn't he? Werner, Johnson. What are we doing? I agree. I agree, Alfie. I think this is worse. I think it's awful. Well said, Chloe. Yeah, it is Roy Hodgson football, but with more possession. There's the ball out wide to Coventry. They're now attacking down the left wing. The left back's got in behind. He's got space to whip the ball in. He's whipped it all the way to the back post, unmarked and blocked by Adogi. That should have been a goal. A great ball all the way across. The right winger came all the way through and took his shot, but it hit Adogi. Again, we're giving up chances and we're not creating them. And Adogi gives the ball away. Luckily wins it back. Here he is driving forward with a ball. He plays it into Bergvall. Bergvall lays it off 5 yards to Sarr. He gives it to Johnson, who is in the box. Crosses to nobody. Johnson, please sub Johnson off at half-time. I can't do this anymore, guys. This is awful. And Coventry are in. They're over the top. They've had a shot just over the bar. I tell you what, they are having the chances, are Coventry City. It was a long ball. He's onside. He beat Dragoshin for pace. He went down on his left foot. Fraser Forster, let's see if he touched it. Fraser Forster, I think he touched it. I think he touched it. Another chance for Coventry City, and no chances that I can remember for Tottenham Hotspur. Mark, we can't pass 5 years. This is shocking. This is truly, truly shocking. I don't care, Olmo. At the moment, I don't care. Give me Ole Gunnar Solskjaer for all I care at the moment. I just do not want this manager at the club. It is shocking. And a foul by Bergvall. I've been really, really, really disappointed by the youngsters in this game as well. Not just them, the first team as well, but really, really disappointed. I keep hearing that Gray should play, Bergvall should play. I don't know what they've done. I mean, we've let go of people like Bergwijn, right? I would rather Bergwijn than Brennan Johnson. Not saying I want Bergwijn, but you get my message. Coventry now attacking down the right-hand side, but this time Adogi wins the ball back and then gets fouled. That's better from Adogi. A lot of people are feeling the same way. A lot of people. Give him time. It's going to click. It is. How do we look second best to Coventry? Can someone in the chat tell me, of their 5 games this year, how many have Coventry won, please? 4 Coventry shots to 0 Spurs shots. I need some Kinder Bueno. Sorry, guys. I need Kinder Bueno. I need sugar. This is crap. This is absolutely crap. Sorry, guys. The fact that my channel won't grow because I tell the truth, and I see channels that are very positive about Spurs growing, makes me very angry. I'm joking. It doesn't. Here's a ball out wide, all the way through to Fraser Forster, though. Here's a Dogie. Oh, I love chocolate. If anyone knows me, well, I love chocolate. Here's Archie Gray. Guess what? He's gone back 5 yards to Dragusin. He's gone 5 yards back to Gray. He's gone 5 yards to Sarr. He's gone 5 yards back to Dragusin. He's gone 5 yards to Bentancur. He's gone 5 yards to Dragoshin. And he's gone all the way back to the goalkeeper. What a load of crap this is. Here's Bergvall. He's actually driving forward with a ball. Then passes it 5 yards. What are we doing? And Spurs play the ball down the line. Timo Werner tries to play an Adogi, and the ball goes out for a goal kick. Look at this. What do you mean we were out of ideas? I don't think we had any. Mate. Coventry, 1-1, drawn 2, lost 2 in the Championship, sitting in 14th. Let's just hope we're good at penalties, eh? You know what we'll do? We'll chuck Son and Maddison on. They'll win us the game, and all will be forgiven. Not one. Not one player. Someone said to me as well, Coventry have made 7 or 8 changes, right, for this game. Is that right? Here's Brandon Thomas Asante. Puts the ball across. Should have been 1-0. The striker was coming in at the back post. Couldn't quite get there. I think it was Haji Wright. Was it Haji Wright? Brandon Thomas Asante got the ball on the right wing. He whips it in past the defenders. And Haji Wright was maybe a yard short from getting there. Telling you guys, at the moment, there's only one team in this. Wow. I don't think... I can't remember the last time I saw it this poor. I mean, if we're going to go back to Conte days, when he had crap defenders and crap midfielders, but this is... There's a ball by Werner. Down the line, a doggy pulls it back to no one, and Coventry can break again. What is wrong with our players? Is there anyone in my chat that really likes Ange? Am I being harsh? Please tell me. I mean, if I'm being harsh, tell me, but I just can't see what all this fuss is about. Spurs give the ball away again. Solanke's been absolutely awful again, by the way. I'm not blaming one player. I think they've all been awful, but... Here's Brennan Johnson. Tackled easily. Of course he is. Wins it back. Lays it off 5 yards. There's a crossing from Spurs straight into the goalkeeper's arms. Jesus. Sorry to use the Lord's name in vain. If anyone is religious, people get annoyed by that, apparently. Do keep smashing the like button, people. I'm trying to bring you something to cheer about, but it's been absolutely diabolical. Here's Bergval. We've got 20 seconds and a half to go. Papa Sarr plays that sums up the first half. That sums up the first half. A simple 10-yard pass to roll the player in. Over hits it by about 10 yards. What an awful first half from Tottenham Hotspur. Ange has got to sort this out. This manager is slowly but surely becoming one of the worst managers I think I've ever seen at Tottenham Hotspur. And I'm not mixing my words. This is one of the worst managers I've ever seen at Tottenham Hotspur. I think he is absolutely dreadful. And the halftime whistle has gone. The halftime whistle has gone. The halftime whistle has gone. Let me just quickly set the clock back. 1 second to set the score, the timer. Let's do that. Boom, boom, boom. Is that right? I've overcooked it, haven't I? I always do this. I always change it and then overcook it. That'll do. For the moment, that'll do. We'll sort out half time. Really, look, anyone who watches my channel will know I always ask for 5 words. But today's going to be slightly different. I'm not asking for 5 words about the first half. I'm going to ask, what are the 5 words going to be? What's the excuse from all the people that love this manager? Give him time. It's going to come good. What will their excuse be in 5 words? What will their excuse be? Just while I try and sort this out. There we go. That's it. That's more like it. Absolutely shocking. Guys, get your comments in. Girls, get your comments in. Smash the subscribe button while you're there. Look, if you can help me, it would be absolutely amazing. Where are we? I'm trying to get to 14,000. We're 340 odd away. If anyone would like to subscribe, the link is pinned in the chat. Get your comments in. 5-yard passing has just been absolutely shocking. Yeah, we had more possession. Mate, Coover's favourite ever manager was Jerry Francis. Is that right, Coover? I'd have Jerry Francis. I think this guy is dreadful. I think he is a dreadful manager. Dreadful manager. But it's just utter madness how bad that first half was. Like, no one stood up, did they? No one was like, let me have a dig. Let me jink past a man and have a shot. Let me do something. It's absolutely madness. I invited Stell on for half time. Stell, you negative man, you. Mate, what was that? What was that?
Do you know, I'm really impressed with our signings. Like, I'm genuinely. If you watch closely, right, off the ball. No, I'm joking. What a load of shit.
God, it's awful, isn't it?
That's one of the worst first half of footballs I've ever seen Spurs play in a long, long time. Like, genuinely, we did nothing. Like, nothing. The goalie, I think, had to drop down once to his knees to pick up a ball at the end.
Yeah.
He hasn't had to claim a ball. He hasn't had to worry about set pieces, no shots, no saves. Even when he distributes the ball, there's no pressure on him. We literally go in the middle. It's a mess. We go out wide. They just smash the ball anywhere but where it needs to go. And then when we do try and play a through ball, we kick it off the pitch because there's no reading of the game or understanding of each other's movement. And I'm going to say this. When Coventry do get their passes flowing and they attack, they look dangerous. They genuinely look dangerous.
I know.
And every time they get into that kind of over the halfway line, I'm thinking, shit, are they going to score?
Every time.
I think they should be 1-0 up, if I'm honest with you. They deserve to be 1-0 up.
Absolutely. By the way, if you see a lot of sarcastic comments in the chat, I've asked everybody to give me what will the excuse be from all the people that keep telling us, be positive, it's going to click. Listen, I think this is one of those games that goes to show possession really doesn't mean anything if you don't do anything with it. Because Spurs have had something, last time I looked, it was something like 19% Coventry had possession. And yet all the big chances in the game, actually, all the chances in the game have come to them.
We've created zero. We've created zero again. Savva, aren't you like, look, I know we lost to Arsenal. At the back of our minds, we could say, look, they're a better team. We lost to Newcastle. We can say, right, at least they're good opposition. I'm genuinely concerned. This is Coventry City. They're not even having a great season in the Championship. We genuinely look like a Championship side. It feels like an equal game.
But hang on.
I'm in shock. I'm actually in shock.
These are the players that people have been telling me on other channels. We've bought generational. Gray's generation. I'm not blaming them, by the way, but this is the squad he wanted. Gray, Bergvall, Odegaard. Johnson's a first teamer. Adogi's a first teamer. Bentancur, Sarr, Dragoshin. These are Solanke.
I know these are first teamers. That's alarming. It's alarming, Savva. It really is.
It's not even as though we've gone with 11 kids and said, you know what, let's go. This is shocking.
I think he can't let this go to penalties. It's too risky. I think he has to bring on Maddison. He has to bring on Son. He's got to bring on some big guns. We can't bring on Spence, Moore, or any other kid. We can't risk it. It's not working. He's got to bring on the big guns, put the strongest team he's got out and put this game to bed. Otherwise, we are going to go out. I've got a bad feeling we're going to go out if he doesn't go and put on the big guns. And do you know what else, Savva? This performance has worried me a lot, and I'll tell you why. Our next 3 games, Brentford, Man United, and Brighton, I can see us picking up maybe at best 3 draws.
Mate,
based on what I'm seeing here.
I'm seriously worried. What makes me laugh is
that first half was shocking.
Still, like, we talk away from YouTube, right? And I'll say things to you like, well, I'll say, am I being too harsh? Am I being overly critical? But still, the more and more I watch this team, I don't think I'm being harsh enough. I think this is some of the worst football I've seen for many decades at Tottenham.
It's crap. It's crap. It's crap.
I don't get it.
Possession football is boring when there's no chances, no through balls, no creativity, no shots off the crossbar, no shots off the post, no good saves from the goalkeeper. Someone in the WhatsApp group, I'm in a few WhatsApp groups, someone said, we've got 0 players in our team with spark. There's 0 spark in the team.
I agree. Gone are the days where even if we did I was going to say, do you remember? Of course you do. You're of age. I even remember when we had a team that finished 10th and 11th, but you'd give the ball to Ginola and go, oh God, that was worth the entry fee. Van der Vaart, Bale, Modric. I'm watching this and going,
Berbatov, Defoe, Keane, Lennon, someone
5 yards,
do something, right?
5 yards, 5-yard passes, 5-yard passes, and
It's
people go,
crap.
yeah, we play like City. I can assure you, Pep wouldn't tolerate this. What do we do second half? Because we've already
He's got to bring on the big guns. He's got to bring on all the big guns, Savva. He can't fluff about with this. He's done it again. He used the Fulham game last year in the Carabao Cup to experiment, and he hasn't learned. He hasn't learned his lesson. He's used this too many changes. He's experimenting, and if he goes out of this cup again, the knives will be out for him. The knives are going to be out for this man if we go out tonight. I still think we'll win. I still think we'll find a way. But
I think we'll grab a
I'm
goal.
worried.
We'll grab a goal.
But I am worried because look, who's on the bench for us? Let's have a quick look. We've got, I know Son's on the bench. So I would bring on Pedro Porro, Kulusevski, Maddison, Son. I'll bring on all 4 of them. Win the game. Just win the game. Win it.
I agree.
Because if Coventry do go 1-0 up, it's panic stations.
Let me ask you this. When Odegaard picked up that injury after about 17, 18 minutes, do you know what? I would have really rated him if he had put Mikey Moore on. I would have really rated him. He's gone to Brennan Johnson again, and Brennan Johnson has been yet again. By the way, he is the Welsh Timo Werner. They are.
He is
dreadful.
And Solanke just looks like a Craig David. That's it. It just looks like a singer. But the thing is, though, I told everyone. No, of course you can't be angry.
This is Spurs. We're shit now. This is a really bad.
I'm in shock though. I am in shock though. I really thought Coventry, all right, they might give us the odd scare, but I thought we'd be really on this one, and we've been worse today than any other game this season.
Yeah, it's mad. But the thing is, what you get though, still, is I go onto these channels and I watch their shows, and not just YouTubers. I see these posts that are sent around, and you see people like, we've got a really good chance this year of winning the Europa League. No, we've got a really good chance of this. And I'm watching this and going, hang on.
No, we don't.
People could talk about a B team, but when you look at this, right, Spurs decided that Udogie, right, Archie Gray's our wonder kid. Udogie's our first choice left back. Benson Court and Sarr are 2 of our first choice midfielders. Right? Mm-hmm. Timo Werner is on 165 grand a week. Brennan Johnson's a first team starter. Dominic Solanke's a first team starter. So Dragoshin is a player that everyone loves, and we beat Bayern Munich to get him. This isn't even still as though he's gone, right, all right. It's not even like we're seeing Ashley Phillips, Will Lancashire, Hall, Abbott. This is our squad. These are our first.
This is the squad. Football. Yeah. Mikey Moore's not going to. Mikey Moore's not going to play. By the way, I've told everyone about Mikey Moore. No one pays attention to what I've said. He's not going to get game time. People think. I've been told by the club. So the best player on the pitch for Spurs today has been Fraser Forster. He made a good save in the 49th second when they nearly went 1-0 up. Towards the end of the second half, he tipped a shot over the bar. And from set pieces, he's actually come off his line. So for me, Fraser Forster has been our best player on the pitch. And that is embarrassing. And even he has looked shaky when trying to catch it. Like, don't forget, that first shot that he saved was because he played a hospital ball into Bergvall. Yeah. He caused it, Look, I mean, that forward line, by the way. God, so Brennan Johnson was £50 million. Dominic Solanke was 60. And Timo Werner is on 165 grand a week. Have you ever seen a more toothless front three in your time of supporting Spurs? I'm just trying to. Here you go. Here's a question for the chat. This is the worst.
In your time, chat, think about it. Everyone in the chat, have you seen a more lackluster front three in your time? I'm trying to think back, even when we had the likes of Everson, right? Ferdinand, I'm picking them over these players. I can't think of a worse front three.
Listen, I can't bash Werner and Johnson any harder than what I have. It's bored. You know, I'm now getting accused of abuse and bullying. So, but I'm not. They're shit. They're shit. They're not good. They should never be at the club. They're woeful. They don't belong. Even if Werner scores the winner tonight, even if Johnson scores the winner, I don't care. They are horrendous football players that shouldn't be at this football club. Odegaard, I've told everyone, no end product. Even before he went off injured, what did he do? What did Odegaard do before he went injured? Nothing. Right?
But the thing is, still, nothing. What's concerning me, and Celtic are winning for anyone who's Celtic in the chat, what's concerning me is every single one of our players, every single one of them, it doesn't matter where they are on the pitch, it doesn't matter, and I'm going from the goalkeeper to the forward, get the ball, do a turn, 5-yard pass. It is the most stagnant, boring football, and you know how much I hated Conte football. This isn't better than Conte football. This is crap. This is awful.
It is crap. It is crap. It is crap. But you know, after the Arsenal game on the shows, I said I was bored shitless in the second half of the Arsenal game. I wasn't impressed at all, and you kind of just put it down to the fact that Arsenal are really, really good. But are you telling me Coventry, really? I mean, wow. He's got at Savva. He's got to bring on Son, Porro, Madison, Kulu. Just bring on the best you've got now. Just win this game. He has to.
They've just shown before they've gone to an advert. I think somebody in the chat will tell me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure I saw Jed Spence ready to come on. I'm pretty sure. I might be wrong. But the worrying thing before the second half starts, Stel, before I kick you off, not in a horrible
way. Why is Gray starting ahead of Spence at right back as well? I thought Gray's our new number 6, Maestro. Mate, I didn't understand that.
I have no idea. The worrying thing for me in all of this is the sort of performance I expect from a team when they know a manager's going, when they know a manager's under pressure. This is a dreadful.
He swapped Spence for a Dogie. He's putting a right back and the left back. He's lost the plot.
Mate,
he's lost the plot. He's lost it.
Look, just quickly, I've got to do some super chats. I don't know.
Savva, I'll let you crack on. I'm going to go watch this game and pray.
Yeah, I'll see you tonight, mate. I'll see you tonight. I'll jump on yours.
All right,
take care, bro.
Take care.
Big up, really, really quickly. Olmo says, I'm a Man United fan. I would take your manager over our manager. Please take him, Olmo. Please take him, and I'll give you £1,000 if you take him. Big up to you. Dietrich Kane said, Solanke is John Carew, Johnson is Beetlejuice, Sarr is trash, and Werner is catastrophic. But Gray looked good. I didn't think Gray looked good at all. But big up to you. Thanks, Dietrich. Wacky Paranormal said, we don't have big guns, but we don't have ambition. I agree. Tom says, Ange out. A user. Sorry, just quickly, I'll get to those in a second because I believe the second half's about to start. And I've completely messed this up. Bear with me 1 second, people. Bear with me. Oh, my God, I've messed this up, haven't I? Too much talking. Yeah, big up to a user. Sorry, I'm going to get this clock started. There we go. Hopefully, so it's a couple of seconds behind, but never mind. Oh, that'll do. Is everyone okay with a scoreboard like that? Is that everyone can see it? It's just annoying me. Big up to Tom, who's been a channel member for 3 months. He just says, Ange out. Big up to you. Can't agree more. A user said, what the hell was that? We bring out the best of teams. It's just awful, mate. Chris Motley has become a new channel member. Big up to you, Chris Motley. Thank you so much. And I'll speak about this more at the end about being a channel member. And My Three Girls has said, this is a championship side we're playing. 100 million for Solanke and Odegaard. Yeah, it's not good at all, is it? as Spurs cross the ball and it's cleared immediately. Big up to absolutely everybody in the chat. Listen, something's got to give. They've got to come out and look better this half as Archie Gray misses the ball and Coventry are on the attack. They are 2v3. Haji Wright is driving through and the ref's not going to give a free kick. They wanted a free kick. Big up to each and every one of you. I don't know why I can't seem to get this right. I don't know why. Sorry, guys. I don't know what's wrong with it. There we go. Whoa, at last. There we go. Guys, girls, what do we do here? What happens? Andy Sinton. Yeah, Andy Sinton. I'd take Andy Sinton. So it is Tottenham Hotspur 0-0 with Coventry City in the League Cup. In Watch, I still need a goal from PSG, one from Man City and one from Borussia Dortmund. Big up to absolutely everybody who did put in super chats. Really appreciate you. I really, really do. Thank you very much. Where are we? The corner comes in. It's cleared by Coventry to the edge of the box. And looks like they're going to break. No, we've kept it in their box, but now they've played it down the line and it's gone all the way through to Fraser Forster. Tottenham Hotspur got to be a better second half because that was one of the worst halves of football I think I've seen at Tottenham ever. I think it was absolutely shocking as the ball's floated over to Johnson and goes out for a throw-in. Someone remind me at 9:30 to order my Chinese. Don't forget to remind me. 9:30, order Chinese before the Chinese shuts. Andy Winton, you mean Sinton? Yeah, Andy Sinton and Winton. Andy Sinton is also Coover's favourite player, isn't it, Coover? Am I not right in saying that Andy Sinton's your favourite footballer of all time? I love Coover so much. You're not missing anything here, by the way. Tottenham have given away a free kick. Stephen has asked about 400 times what my favourite chocolate is. Anything. I love chocolate. Just not with fruit in it. I don't like fruit and nut. None of that. None of that. I'd take Chris Armstrong over the crap we've got now. Absolutely. I honestly think we've bought terribly. There's a long ball over the top. Jed Spence heads it clear. Jed Spence on for Adogi this half. Here is Papasado driving down the right-hand side. He's still driving. He's cut back and given away a free kick. I just can't. Everyone must be told to keep cutting back and laying it off 5 yards because all he had to do was wrap his foot around it. And he tried to cut it back and the defender went, thank you very much. I'll take the ball off you. James has hit the nail on the head. We might as well have Andy Booth. Guys, I'm laughing just because I can't believe how bad it is and how much shit I get from this fan base. I just can't believe what I'm watching here. This is worse than I even imagined. There's a ball over the top by Coventry. Flicked on. They're in here. Asante is in here. And he tried to get the shot over. And Dragusin got down. I think he blocked it. Has it gone for a corner? But again, one ball over the top. Header over the top. Dragusin was ball watching. He got back, and I think it's gone off him for a corner. Let's have a look. Was it a corner? I think it's a corner. Looks like a corner. A good tackle in the end, but really poor defending to begin with. He just let the guy turn him. I just don't know anyone that's playing well at Tottenham Hotspur. Lots of people talking about chocolates in the chat. Brennan Johnson has pushed someone to the ground. The referee's telling him to get up. I've run out of chocolate. So obviously my next thing will be a chow mein, a pork chow mein, I reckon, with chicken and mushroom. Yeah, that's as exciting as you're getting from me. There's 737 of you in the chat. Please do smash the like button. It really does help. We've only got 564 likes. Let's get that to 600-700, shall we? A corner kick about to be floated in here from the right-hand side, left-footed into the box. It's a good corner, headed, cleared by Bentancur. And the ball's dropped to the edge of the box. The Coventry player has a shot. He's missed his lines, and it's gone all the way through to Fraser Forster, who rolls it out to Ben Davis. Thank you to everyone who has subscribed as well today. I really do appreciate you. We're now only 330 away from hitting 14,000. So if any of you that haven't subscribed would, I'd be really, really appreciative. Tottenham now go down the line. Here's Brennan Johnson. He's dribbling inside, and Brennan Johnson's attempted pass hits a Coventry player and ricochets out wide to Jed Spence, who cuts in on his right foot because he's not left-footed. Oh, my gosh. Sorry, Dad. Yeah, Lee. Hang on. Spurs have lost the ball in midfield. Coventry have a 4-on-3 break. Here, whoever this is, he's gone wide. He's pulled it back and he's shot low and hard. And Fraser Forster saved it and pushed away to safety into Archie Gray's feet. But again, all the shots are coming from Coventry. All the chances going to Coventry. This is a shambolic football performance. Get out of this club, Ange Postecoglou. You are a fraud. Absolute fraud of a manager. Oh, but we can't sack another manager. Why not? This is awful. And it was Bassett who's been dangerous. Bassett drove the ball across. Lee, by the way, I'm only eating late because I've been streaming. I finished work at 6, started streaming immediately. So I haven't had any dinner, and we're now at 9:10. I'm not going to eat it when it gets here. I'll leave it and heat it up, but I just need to get it. You don't need to know all that. So here's Tottenham Hotspur with Jed Spence, 53.5 minutes coming up to. It's still PSG 0-0 with Girona, Man City 0-0 with Inter, and Club Brugge 0-0 with Dortmund. And Coventry on the attack again. It's 3 versus 3. Tottenham have got players back now, but Coventry has still got the ball. They just look more industrious than us. And they've got it out wide to Bidwell. Bidwell from the left-back area now. He cuts inside. Ian, nothing would have happened in the time since you ate your Chinese. Nothing. Listen, if we snatch this will be an absolute smash and grab because we look dreadful. And they're in again here, Coventry. They've sprayed the ball over the top. He's through it. But, oh, my gosh, he's through it. He's taken the time to bring the ball down. And I'll tell you what, the ball dropped. It was in the air for ages. It dropped over to the centre forward. He took it down and he wanted ages. He should have had a shot, to be honest. But Jed Spence rushed back and played it out for a corner kick. Lee wants to hear more about my eating patterns because it's better than the football. Oh, it's just dreadful. It's just dreadful. There's the corner kick, comes in. Fraser Forster, it's just dropped through it. It went through his hands. Coventry have still got the ball. This is shocking. The ball is whipped in. Coventry trying to get to it. They're bringing it down. And Gray just clears it. This is awful. This is absolutely dreadful. This is dreadful. It's funny though, right? How can we not laugh? And there's a ball over the top. Bidwell, he's taken on the keeper. Coventry. Oh, they should have scored. They should have scored. This is hilarious. Honestly, the ball goes over the top. Forster comes out, clashes with the defender, and the ball bounces to the Coventry player. All he's got to do is tap it in, and he doesn't. And the ball hits the defender in the end. What is happening here? This is absolutely mental. Sorry. If we don't laugh, you've got to cry at how shit this is. Here's a corner kick for Coventry. Swung to the back post. The header's gone back into the middle. It's come down. Coventry and it's offside. It's offside. This is ridiculous. Oh, this is ridiculous. This is like the Comedy Channel. And Ange is just standing there, you know, not doing anything. Oh, my gosh. Hang on. Let me just order my Chinese, shall we? Oh, my gosh. It's absolutely embarrassing. Oh, my gosh. I count my orders. Yeah, I've ordered from there before. Yeah, it's my favourite. It's my favourite Chinese. Coventry on the attack again as I look up. Here's Brandon Thomas Asante. It's into him. He's got all the time in the world. He's dug out a shot and just wide. I tell you what, this is all Coventry. Guys, I truly believe this is the worst performance I've ever seen from Tottenham Hotspur. I truly believe that. Wow. This is truly terrible. You'll be happy to know that the chow mein has been delivered. Not just the chow mein, but you'll be happy to know that it's ordered. And when it gets here, I will ask them to leave it at the front door, so I don't have to go and leave you all here in case you miss any of the excitement. Order and pay. Yeah, absolutely. Order and pay. This is. I don't know what to say. Can anybody in the chat give me a positive? Just one positive, please. I need something. I need something. Ball over the top by Spurs. Given away again. Coventry trying to come forward. It's brought down by Sarr, though. Sarr's got Werner to his left. Werner gets the ball. Cuts in, does he? He cuts in. No, he doesn't. It goes on the outside. Crosses it. And it's a corner kick. I don't know what to say anymore, people. Honestly, my love for this football club with this manager is waning. His form is absolutely shocking, and all these fake, toxic, positive fans telling me that, oh no, he's doing really well and it's going to click and I can see improvements. What a load of nonsense! What a load of nonsense! It's going to be another corner for Tottenham Hotspur. That corner, a good header from Ben Davies, saved by the goalkeeper, and that's the first shot we've had on target. That's the first shot we've had on target. Here is Timo Werner now, crosses it in right-footed, and it's cleared by Coventry. Can we have a bit of sustained possession? Coventry clear it. They're realising, aren't they, that the ball over the top we can't handle. They've realised, like every other club. Like every other club. Big up, Freddie. Not seen you for a long time, mate. Hope you're well. Looks like my Acker's not going to come in. Hang on, it's Coventry again. Jed Spencer's on the floor. Hudgy Wright's had a shot and it's blocked by Bentancur this time. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Here's Van Uyck on the right-hand side. He lays it back. Lovely ball down the channel. The ball's whipped into the box. It's gone all the way over everyone. And this time, Brandon Thomas Asante has skewed his shot wide. I tell you what, can anyone tell me the official stats of shots, them versus us? Can anyone tell me? I'd love to know shots and shots on target, us versus them. Steve Grizovic is in the stand watching this game. Big Steve Grizovic. 601 appearances for Coventry. 601 appearances. Oh, dearie me. I still need a Man City goal, a Dortmund goal, and a PSG goal. They're all 0-0. Thanks, Freddie. Spurs must have that header. That header from Davies just now, right? Made it one shot on target for us. I don't know, people. I don't know. If anyone still thinks I'm negative, I do apologise, but this is... So Coventry have had 8 shots. Tottenham have had 1. Wow. There's a... Oh, what? Who was that? Who crossed that? Papa Sarr. Sub yourself off, mate. What an awful cross that was. I don't even know what I'm watching anymore. And Spurs are now bringing on James Maddison and Son. Look how bad it is. And people, all the people, drop Maddison. Drop Maddison. Get Bergvall when he's better. Yeah, all right. Solanke is off. Dominic Solanke is off for Son. And Bergvall, who's done, I'm sorry, the square root of nothing, has come off for James Maddison. I think it goes to show just... Pete, I don't think I am negative, Pete. I think if anything, I'm positive about how bad this is. I think it should be worse. Coventry now trying to attack. It's won by James Maddison. He flicks it over the top, collected by the Coventry defender, who goes back to his goalkeeper, and he knocks it to the halfway line. Brought down by Archie Gray, another one who's been absolutely anonymous. Don't know what he does either as a footballer. And given away by Bentancur, who's been absolutely shocking today, Bentancur. And here goes Rodoni. I've been really impressed with him. He puts it out to Bassett, plays the ball in, and it's 1-0. It's 1-0. And Coventry City are beating Tottenham Hotspur 1-0. I'm not even feeling the pain. I just need to get this manager out of my club. I'm not even upset. Please get out of this club. You are an embarrassment to Tottenham managers. He's an absolute embarrassment. I don't know if it was offside. We'll see. I don't know. But it is 1-0 unless... Listen, Northside put me in one of his videos. Big up Northside. It was he put in a Spurs reaction video. Get this reaction, Northside. I'm done caring. I'm done caring. It is shocking. Let's have a look. The ball was brought down by Rodoni. He plays it out wide to Bassett. He's onside. He's onside as the player. He's onside either way. And the ball, great cross, good goal. 1-0. 1-0 to Coventry. And do you know what? We cannot say this wasn't deserved. If anything, this should be 2 or 3-0. This has been possibly the worst performance I've ever seen from a Tottenham team. Possibly. If I'm happy to be proved wrong. But again, Brandon Thomas Asante looks better than Brennan Johnson and Timo Werner. Wow. Yeah, it's going to click. It's going to click real soon. What are these people talking about? It's all, you know what it is? It's all that, none of that. All of this, none of this. People are not talking with their head. They're talking with their heart. The number of you, do you know what? I'm going to call it out. I'm not going to give you names. The number of YouTubers who won't say it on their channel, but message me privately saying, I want Ange out. It is madness. It is madness. Here's Tottenham with 25 minutes to rescue this cup tie. Don't forget, Ange wins things in his second season. Oh, Jesus Christ. I mean, I'll tell you what, from this performance from someone like Asante, I'd take him over Brennan Johnson and Timo Werner all day long. Here's Coventry trying to play it out the back. Again, Bidwell with loads of space on the left. He plays it down the line. This is Haji Wright. Haji Wright is tussling with Dragusin. It's a good tussle. He wins the free kick. He wins the free kick for a foul by Dragusin. Bidwell flicks it down the line quickly to Bassett, I think, and he doesn't control it this time. Spurs, though, playing dangerously out the back. Given away by Dragusin, is it? No. Brennan Johnson gives it away in our own box. And they've got a corner. I can't. If I was picking a five-a-side team with my mates, Brennan Johnson's not in it. Brennan Johnson's not in it. Wow. There's 1,000 of you inside here now. 1,000 people. Smash that like button on your way in, people. Wow. Yeah, we took off our £65 million striker when we need a goal. Wow. How shit is this? Here's a corner from Rodoni. Been really impressed with him. It goes deep to the back post. Cleared this time, only as far as about 30 yards out. And Coventry have gone back. And the ball's gone back out wide to Rodoni, who wins it. But it's gone out for a throw-in to Tottenham Hotspur. Absolutely... I don't even know. I don't even know what to say. Kuva, do you want to come on? I mean, I don't even know if you want to. Let me know if you want to come on, Kuva. You're more than welcome, mate. Here's James Maddison. Can James Maddison do something for us? He lays the ball off to Spence. Spurs have got an attack here. Coventry have got loads of players back. Of course, 5-yard pass back to Maddison. He's twisting. He's turning. He's laid a lovely ball into Spence. He pulls it back. And James Maddison couldn't take it in his path. And the ball is cleared to safety. A Tottenham Hotspur throw-in. Oh, my gosh. Would anyone like to know a really good stat that someone has sent to me? Sod you. Only joking, Cooper. Only joking. Would anyone like to know a really good stat that's just been sent to me? Here's Tottenham. Hang on, James Maddison twisting, turning. The ball's flicked on and the goalkeeper gets it. So at the weekend, no word of a lie, at the weekend, Coventry City played Watford, who were managed by Tom Cleverley. Watford had 18 shots against Coventry. This isn't even Coventry's first 11. 18 shots they had, and I think we've had 1, maybe 2. Someone in the chat will tell me. Haji Wright running into a box. He's gone past Archie Gray like he's not there, and it's a goal kick in the end. He did too much. Archie Gray, not a fullback. I'm calling it now. Archie Gray, he's been horrible this game at right back. He is not a fullback. 40 million we've paid for a kid, and we play him in a position that isn't his. Oh, wow. 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 Big up to all of you inside. Big up to all of you inside. They're coming in thick and fast now. Big up, Ash. Yeah, I'm there. I'm Ange out. I make no bones about this. I am Ange out. As Tottenham have a shot from about 30 yards that dribbles wide. Please do keep subscribing. We're only about 310 away from 14,000. If we could get anywhere near that tonight, that would be amazing. I don't think we will, but if we could, that would be great. People are sending me WhatsApps like crazy right now. I can't get to all of them, but thank you to Morton Barley for what he sent me. Yeah, it's just it's Daniel Levy. They are going over to Daniel Levy, and he looks a little bit nonplussed. Levy, I hate you as a football owner, but please sack this manager. Please sack this manager. It is disgusting. Save the season. We've only had 4 Premier League games. Save this season. Get a manager in now who will stop all of this nonsense that we're playing. While the subs are happening, they've just brought on their top goal scorer, Ellis Sims, from the last couple of years. Big up Freddie, who said, I'm sitting here thinking, has there ever been a team with that much possession and still being so toothless? And I'm not talking about today only. Freddie, you're spot on. Any fan who talks about possession while we're good, they don't understand football. I'll call them out. Any YouTuber that thinks I'm wrong, I'm calling you out. Come on my show. I will bury you in stats and evidence. Big up to you, Freddie, and big up to Blame Dev. Always very generous. Said the last 3 minutes sums it up. Ange takes off Bergval, our best player, and Solanke, who has had no service, leaves on Benny and Werner, who have just wasted air on earth tonight. It's time for Ange to go. Big up. Can't agree with you more on all of that. It's absolutely shocking. Blame Dev, you're always very generous. Thank you very much. A scholar, you absolutely are. Big up to absolutely everyone else. We're over 650 likes now. Please keep smashing that button. Guys, I know lots of people think I'm negative, but haven't I been saying this for months and months and months about this manager? It is shocking. Even if we go on to win this, it is shocking. We have 19 minutes to save this game. The ball's booked down in midfield by Coventry. They put it out to Bidwell at left back. He plays the ball over the top. And Fraser Forster gets this. I will keep speaking my truth. People saying keep speaking the truth. I will keep speaking the truth. I'm not going to be silenced by these people who don't understand football. I'm really not. This is absolutely shocking. I'm embarrassed that a lot of our fan base don't understand how bad we are right now. This manager has managed to make us worse since he's joined. Factually worse. Not my opinion, factually. Here's Brennan Johnson. Passes it 5 yards. And what are we doing? Big shout out to your wife on her birthday. Hopefully she's not a Spurs fan. And if she is, really sorry, Sarah. Big up to you. Happy birthday. We all knew you were Australian by the way you were defending him. Don't worry, mate. Here's Tottenham Sonny. Pulls it across, does he? No. Easily taken off him. Easily taken off him. I think these players they've checked out. Absolutely. Call me negative. Not you, but people call me negative. But I'm never wrong, really, about Spurs, am I? Ellis Sims, in his last 4 cup games, has got 3, 5, 7 goals and 2 assists. And he's just come on for them. Mate. I don't think they are. I don't think they are. I don't think they're playing for him. And Timo, is that Timo Werner or James Maddison? Ref move. Timo Werner is down holding his ankle. And in the other game, Brighton have gone 3-1 up. Brighton 3, Wolves 1. And the goal, the keeper saved it, parried it out, only into the path of, is that Kadoglu? Is that Kadoglu? Kalogdu? His name is? Wow. Everyone's starting to say it. I think he's lost the dressing room. I truly do. I think this performance is not a performance for a team that backs him. This is not players that are playing for him in any way, shape, or form. So the guy who said he was Australian, yeah, you'll be supporting a team in Greece when Ange goes to manage over there. Kulusevski is coming on for Timo Werner. Even if we come back, this is so embarrassing, isn't it? This is so embarrassing. Timo Werner's limping away. Oh my God. Callon, if that's how I'm pronouncing it, I think he should be sacked now, let alone the next 2. This is an awful run of form he's on for 10 months. This is awful. Here's Kulu trying to run away from his player. Being held, is he? No, he's still got the ball and then loses it, and Coventry can come away with it. Coventry looks so assured in possession compared to us. They've given it away. The moment I said that, they've given it away. Here's Jed Spence. Can Jed Spence put in a ball? No, guess what? It's a 5-10 yard pass. Whoa, what are we doing here? Here's Papa Sarr. By the way, Borussia Dortmund have taken the lead in Belgium against Club Brugge. So in Akawatch, I just need a PSG and a Man City goal for £700. But knowing my luck this week, one of them, if not both, will let me down. Just think, people were singing songs about Pochettino being dead and loving this guy instead. Let that sink in. Let that sink in. And Coventry win the ball back, and the goalkeeper launches it down the field. Exactly, mate. Exactly. Coventry have got a 2-on-2 here, a 3-on-2, a 3-on-3. Here's Bidwell, wide left. Oh, they're going to score again, aren't they? The ball goes over to Sims. Oh, it's just wide. It could have been 2. It could have been all over. It was nearly 2. The lino has put his flag up. I don't know what to say, guys and girls. I genuinely don't know what to say. I genuinely think the players are done with this. I just don't think they enjoy this at all. Good. Bruce Grove, big up to you. There's the ball brought down by Maddison. Maddison's had a dig for 20 yards. It's gone just wide of the post. And at the moment, the substitutions haven't had the desired effect. James Maddison having a pop. He just didn't quite get the execution right at all there. And it's still Coventry City 1, Tottenham 1. Spurs have 14 minutes plus injury time to take this to penalties. Dog Biscuit, I love that name. I just love that name. Yeah, I just don't think they like it. I don't know what anyone sees in this manager or these tactics. All day long, even if he's 103, give me Harry Redknapp over this fraud. All day long. They have just bought, Coventry have just bought on Victor Torp. Victor Torp has come on. I don't know anything about him. Mate, I tell you what I could do with a Haaland or De Bruyne goal for my ACCA. I cannot believe the only two teams not winning for my ACCA are PSG and Man City at home. Wolves have pulled one back at Brighton. It's Brighton 3, Wolves 2. Coventry have played a ball in down the line. Ellis Sims has stood up his man. He's had a shot. And they've nearly scored again. They've nearly scored again. This is getting embarrassing. Ellis Sims twisted his defender inside out. I'm not sure who it was. Let me have a look. Ellis Sims twisted Dragusin inside out. Played the ball to the back post. And there was, is that Hadji Wright? Just couldn't get his foot on it. This is so embarrassing. This is so embarrassing. Oh, my gosh. All I care about right now is PSG and Man City scoring so that I can have my Chinese and have 700 quid with it. Doesn't look like either of them are going to score anytime soon, but here's Papasar on the right-hand side. Just lots of passing in the midfield to no one, isn't it? Bentancur now, he plays it out wide to Archie Gray. He goes back to Bentancur. Big up, Connor. I know, mate. I know. I thought one of the others would let me down, but Dortmund are winning away. Brighton have won. Ajax won. Betis have won. I just need PSG and Man City. There's 10 minutes left. We'll see. And here's Coventry. And they've... we've had a shot and it's saved. I thought the defender was going to clear it. He cleared it straight into the path of Kulu, who had a snap shot, and it was straight at the keeper, and then we've given the ball away. That was a little bit better, but let's be fair. As this comment says, as this comment says from Chloe, Coventry could have scored 4 or 5 tonight. It has been well and truly atrocious, with exactly 10 minutes on the clock left, plus injury time. I expect to see the kitchen sink thrown at this. Here is a corner kick from the left-hand side. It's swung into the box. It's up in the air, and the Coventry centre-half heads it clear, only as far as Archie Gray. Ball goes out wide to Son. Son goes back to Archie Gray. The ball is currently out on the left wing, out for a throw-in to Tottenham Hotspur. Mate, listen, I don't understand why anyone's Ange. I'll be honest, I don't understand it. Each to their own. I'm not telling anyone what to feel. I just don't get it. Kulu slips past his man. He goes into the box. He dinks the ball through, but the Coventry defender gets there. Oh, gosh, this is poor, isn't it? Oh, dearie me. I just... Here's Bentancur. Spurs have less than 9 minutes to go. Arsenal fans rejoicing in this. We're a bit of a laughing stock at the moment, aren't we, as a club? 1 win at the moment from his opening 5 games, and that was against Everton, who are the worst team in the country. It's just absolutely shocking. At the moment, we need pens. You see him, pens. At the moment, we need pens. So there are 8 minutes to go, just over 8 minutes to go. And Tottenham Hotspur at the moment, not looking like scoring a goal. Second half stats, Coventry 10 shots to Spurs' 6. This is a championship team that made 8 changes to their lineup, or 7 changes. Let that sink in. What an absolute shambles of a performance. Absolute shambles of a performance. A goal here will just save his blushes. We need a goal here to save this man's blushes. Ryan, I agree. I don't know why. I think he's a dreadful manager. I don't think he will be sacked. People are asking. I don't think he will. But Daniel, if Daniel Levy sacked him, it would be the first time I actually give Daniel Levy a thumbs up. Because this is crap. He's given this man a lot of money. Brighton have beaten Wolves 3-2. That game was finished. As Coventry have another shot, but it hits the defender. Can Spurs break? We're so slow trying to get the ball out with this 5-yard passing. Ben. Absolutely, mate. I want him gone. I want him gone tonight. I don't care if we even equalise. I want this man gone. This is not football. Kulu cuts in, pulls it back to nobody, and Coventry can clear. They're on the counter-attack. Jed Spencer's trying to get back at Thomas Asante, and it's cleared in the end by Ben Davis. Oh, Ben Davis is still here after a decade. I just can't. It's just too ridiculous how bad we are. Oh, gosh. I just don't think they're playing for him. I don't think there's heart. I don't think there's passion. I don't think there's a want to get stuck in. His son running down the right-hand side, gives it to Brennan Johnson. Borussia Dortmund are 2-0 up, by the way. Borussia Dortmund are 2-0 up. So it literally is just PSG and Man City, who are both in the last 6 minutes of their games, ruining 700 quid for me. Man City were my banker. There's a ball to the back post, and it goes out for a corner. Does it? No, the defenders put it out for a throw-in. Bino Gittins with the goal for Borussia Dortmund, for anyone that cares. My cash out is £23. What's the point? Just got to hope that PSG and City can get last-minute winners. There's nothing to cash out, really. 23 quid. It's not worth it. Absolutely not worth it. I might as well just hope that those two get last-minute goals. Yeah, I know, Stuart. I know. I absolutely know. I'll tell you, everyone is just, not everyone, all of those people are brainwashed by this manager. They are absolutely brainwashed. And to be fair, Coventry deserve this if they can hold on. I mean, if we can find a goal and get penalties, we've had a touch, but they deserve this. Here's the ball. Son running through. No, he can't get through. It's cleared by Coventry again, who have got 4.5 minutes. Absolutely brainwashed. Give me 3 things that this manager does well. Give me 3 things this manager does well. As their goalkeeper leaves it to go out for a goal kick. Are people talking about Klopp coming to Spurs? God, I would love Jurgen Klopp. Can you imagine him at this club? Nah, me neither. I don't know. I don't know what to do anymore. I don't know. Like, I feel embarrassed that I'm sitting here doing a watch along, and I feel embarrassed that this is my football club. This is absolutely pony. Of course he's not going to come. Video complete. You kept telling me all summer that Ange is a miracle worker and blah, 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 blah. Like, come on, man. I haven't missed a super chat. I'm waiting. It's very delicate. Hang on. It's at the moment, it's finally poised. I'll come to your super chat in a minute, I promise. Spurs are on the attack. Here's Jed Spence going down the wrong side on his right foot, playing at left back. Cuts in because he's got no left foot. He plays it 10 yards. The ball's gone into Kulu. What you got, Kulu? He plays in a good ball to Jed Spence, and we scored. We've equalised. We've equalised in the 88th minute. Ange Postecoglou is a very, very, very lucky man. A very, very lucky man indeed, as Spurs equalise with 3 minutes to go. Jed Spence was put through and he just tapped it home. Let's have a look at the goal again. The ball was flicked in by Maddison. Kulu played in Spence, and Spence got there first and dinked it in. And Ange Postecoglou at the moment looks like it's going to a penalty shootout as it stands. You very, very lucky man, Ange Postecoglou. The score, let me change that, is Tottenham 1, Coventry 1. Here goes Spurs, and a shot from 30 yards from Sarr that flies high and wide. Jed Spence saving the blushes. Saving his manager's blushes. This is the guy that he left out of this game. He left out of the Europa League squad. Ange. So, 1.5 minutes and injury time before penalties. Can Spurs find a winner and really let this manager off the hook? Coventry play the ball into midfield. They're living dangerously, but they've knocked it forward. Cleared. Just think Spurs have had to bring on the big guns to win this game. It's absolutely hilarious. Here's Spurs. James Maddison, who started that move for the first goal, plays it into Bentancur. Bentancur out wide to Gray. There's 1 minute left. And it's a free kick to Tottenham. Bidwell with the foul. Tottenham have a free kick. Forster in goal for the penalties. Yeah, I forgot about that. Forster in goal. So, free kick. Can Spurs salvage this at the death? It's going to be a free kick from the right-hand side. We didn't whip it in. We played it short to Kulu instead. What a waste of a free kick. And now Coventry can break, can they? Coventry in a one-on-one foot race. Papa Sarr will win that, and Jed Spence gets over and helps him. Good covering from Jed Spence and Papa Sarr there. Jed Spence now brings the ball forward on the right-hand side and then loses the ball. It's a throw-in to Coventry City. It's a throw-in to Coventry City. And there's a yellow card for James Maddison. It was a Spurs throw. It should have been a Spurs throw for sure. But the 90 minutes are up. Are we going to penalties? Can Spurs find a late winner? Or can Spurs hold on? Coventry look like they're playing for penalties now. They've gone back to their fullback, who's gone all the way back to their goalkeeper. There are 4 minutes of added time. 4 minutes of added time. Coventry down the left-hand side with Bidwell. Bidwell's going to try and run down the channel. He has. He's still going. He's laid it off for... I don't know who that is, but the ball's played wide. Is that going to go all the way through? Yeah, it goes all the way through to Fraser Forster. So just over 3 minutes. And it looks like we could have a penalty shootout here unless anybody can find a last-minute goal. Surely Tottenham of the Premier League can find a last-minute goal, can't we? Surely. Yes, for people asking, there's no extra time. If no one finds a goal, it will go straight to extra time. It will. Here's Fraser Forster. PSG have scored. Man City are going to be the only team to let me down on an ACCA. Man City are going to be the only team to let me down on an ACCA. I can't believe it. I cannot believe that Man City are the only team to let me down on an ACCA. The champions of England. Here's Spurs. Here's a through ball. Brennan Johnson, make yourself a hero. We've won it. We've won it with Brennan Johnson. Brennan Johnson's won it. And Ange Postecoglou is the luckiest man in football. He is the luckiest man. Spurs have won it in the 92nd minute. The score is what I predicted. It is 2-1 to Tottenham Hotspur. The ball was played through by, I think it was Son. Brennan Johnson, cool, composed, slotted it home. And Tottenham, from the jaws of defeat, have managed to win this game. And Ange Postecoglou, you very, very lucky man. Coventry gave the ball away in the midfield. And it was actually Bentancur with a good ball. They were asking for the offside. I don't think it was. I think he was onside. But Brennan Johnson kept his cool. To be fair to him, he kept his cool. He dinked it over the keeper, or just to the side of the keeper. And it is now... it is now Tottenham Hotspur 2, Coventry 1. And I'll tell you what, we are a very, very lucky team, aren't we? I've had to cash out on 21 quid. And if City score now, I'll feel sick. What a very, very, very lucky team we are. Tottenham are going into the next round. We are going into the next round of the Cup. But Tottenham Hotspur have got to sort this out. We have got to get better because this is a very, very poor performance with 2 saved goals. Coventry knocked the ball long. It's headed clear by Jed Spence. Coventry are going to desperately try now to get this ball in. They're running down the line and we've covered that well. I think is that James Maddison? Whoever that was has done absolutely brilliantly. James Maddison, brilliant covering there. And then he was tripped as he ran out. And I think James Maddison has done well since he's come on. So Tottenham Hotspur are going to go through. I feel for Coventry. I'm happy we're in the next round of the Cup. But, how lucky. How lucky. That's all I can say. So lucky. So lucky. Yeah. Mate, I can't stand this manager. I just cannot stand this football manager in any way, shape or form. I really, really can't. Oh, what are we doing here? Why did you cash out? Because Man City were drawing. And with 1 minute left, they gave me 20 quid. So I was like, well, 20 quid's better than nothing. So I took the 20 quid. No sign of the Chinese. Tottenham 2, Coventry 1. The full-time whistle's got to go now. Surely, ref, just blow that whistle. Let's get on that coach. Let's get home. Come on. There's the ball. Play forward. And Tottenham have beaten Coventry City 2-1. And that was a smash and grab. If I've ever seen one, that was a smash and grab. I don't even know what to say as a Spurs fan. Really happy that we're through. As a Spurs fan, really desperately disappointed at how bad we are at football. Let me know what you think, guys and girls. Five words. Tottenham have come back. We've won the game from the death. Brennan Johnson and Jed Spence with the goals. What did you make of it? Did we deserve to go through in the end? Will Coventry feel robbed? Was it the class that we had that showed them in the end? Was it ever in doubt? What are we saying? Let me know what you think. I've ordered it. I've ordered my Chinese. I'm just waiting for it. Yeah, it's not come yet. Ratish said this massively papered over the cracks. It absolutely did paper over the cracks. But listen, we're in the draw. We're in the hat, right? We're in the hat. And that manager was about 7 or 8 minutes away from being very, very embarrassed. He had to bring on the big guns. Kulu came on. Maddison came on. Son came on. He had to bring the big guns on to rescue this game. Rescued it was. And just about. Officially uncensored, saying you lot cheated death big time. Look, it wasn't nice. It wasn't pretty. Sonny has taken Brennan Johnson over to the Tottenham fans to clap. For me, I'm afraid you've got to do a lot more than that, right? For me, got to do a lot more than that for me to buy into this manager. He just stands there like this, doesn't he, the whole time? He just stands there. Oh, for sure. For sure. We're not winning nothing under this manager. This manager is dreadful. Terry O'Shea said that was an absolute disgrace. Daylight robbery at its finest. Look, I'll take it because we've been under our own daylight robberies before. We've been victim of daylight robbery. But yeah, I mean, Swanex absolutely agreed. It was an awful performance. And again, this is going to paper over the cracks for those that love Ange. For me, if I'm Levy, I am bringing that man into the office and telling him he's got a few games to sort this out. Because again, a really, really turgid performance. Most of them this year have been turgid. Just another one as we head in towards October. The performances are awful. BSD 29 has said 5 words. Big Ange gets another week. Ange out. Somebody else has said it just delays the inevitable. Isn't it mad? We won the game and people still just don't want this man at the football club. It's absolutely mad. Daniela Zito, what a disgraceful performance, and Ange is mediocre. We're the luckiest team ever. We were tonight. I'll give you that. Jed Spence for me was the difference. 1 second. Bear with me 1 second. Hi there. Could you leave it at the door, please? Thank you very much. Cheers, mate. Bye-bye. Perfect. Well, the Chinese is there for whenever I want to go and collect it. Frank, come and see me. Yeah, so, I mean, listen, I really don't know. I really don't know what to say. It was just dreadful. I want to be sitting here really happy, really positive, but I just feel numb watching this team. I agree. I think Kulu and Maddison were the difference when they came on. But I just don't know what to say. It just looks really, here we go. Breaking news. Coventry police have been inundated with calls after a theft reported at the Coventry BS Stadium. People describe the perp in his 50s grey hair without a clue. Mate, when it gets to the stage that other clubs are mocking us, we're mocking us, the manager's got to go. This can't go on. This truly can't go on. His 2 wins this year have been a dreadful performance against Coventry and a win against Everton. He's got to win the game at the weekend. He's simply got to. But, it is what it is. Smash the likes, people. 720 likes. Let's be getting that up. And we are now only 300 away from 14,000. So if you haven't subscribed, please do. It really, really, really does help. I'll get to as many comments as I can. Higgery, I wasn't ignoring your comment. Here is his super chat. Says, no one would judge Ange for playing his best team for every second in the Cups. Does he think he's going to win the league? Europa instead. Head's gone. I agree with you. Tonight showed. For me, Bergvall not ready. Archie Gray not ready. Ben Davis can no longer play at this club. Papa Sarr for me is awful. Brennan Johnson, other than the finish at the end, doesn't do anything in 90 minutes. Werner is awful. Solanke for me, that's 3 performances and all very, very underwhelming. 3 very underwhelming performances. But big up to you. Much appreciated from you, Higgery. I really do appreciate any super chats. So thank you very much. A user said Spence saves Ange. Yeah, Ange limits him to the bench. That would be my headline. That would be my headline if I was writing a paper tomorrow. It would be. And should be embarrassed the way he's treated Jed Spence. But big up to you, AUs. I really appreciate that. Let's get to some more comments. May, I just don't know what to say. Look, you know, my heart loves it that we've gone through. My head just can't stand this manager and what's going on. I just can't stand it. It's not good. It's not fun. I don't enjoy it. GKD has said, Sarr is awful. He literally trots around like it's a training match and only passes to the side or shoots from 40 yards. Yeah, I don't like him at all. Bentancur, I thought was terrible, apart from that one pass at the end. It was that one pass from Bentancur at the end which got him in the good books. Ben Davis, disaster class, aside from the block. Esmir says, I like Spence. Well, Ange clearly doesn't, which is a worry. Don't want to see Timo Werner again. Lots of comments. Give me the positives. Have we got any positives, people? We're through. We've gone through. The known guy said, all agree this win feel exactly like a loss. How will we survive against any Premier League team with this Ange ball? I don't know. Well, we're not, are we? We're losing the games under Ange in the Premier League. Big boss, JR World says, embarrassing. I've seen more than enough. Completely agree with you. I completely agree with you. Where are we? Where are we? Keep smashing the like button, people. Come on, 300 subscribers away. There's 1,100 of you in here. 300 subscribers away. Andy Carmichael has described it as shocking. Daniel says that win should not be celebrated. I agree. Credit. He did take the goal well. It's the only thing I've ever seen him do in a Spurs shirt that's made me think, yeah, well done. Brad said, Savva, why were we allowing balls over the top against us all night, but not doing it to them? Because they don't play a crazy high line. We do. Claire Gorey, big up to you, Claire, said, Werner is so crap. How has he made it to be a pro footballer? I mean, it beggars belief, doesn't it, sometimes? Now has said, embarrassing performance, but happy with the win. Izzy has said, are you having a laugh? I don't know what we're talking about there. How the hell is his first change a doggy? I mean, the first change was Odebear coming off, right? Pete has said, the biggest Ange lover mate of mine has finally admitted Ange has to leave. Listen, people will slowly but surely come round because it can't go on like this. It can't go on like this. Not for me. I thought he was dreadful. I thought he got caught out of position time and time again. His winger had a field day. Not for me. Maddison is a fraud. I thought Maddison was one of the better players when he came on. He started off the move for the first goal. No positives, apparently. No positives. We didn't deserve to win. We didn't, but we did. Right, we did win. Kuva said positives. It's all over. We can pretend it never happened. Absolutely, Kuva. Absolutely. We can pretend it never happened. Thank you to all those that are subscribing. Listen, we've got to laugh, right? You've got to laugh. Listen, I feel for Coventry. I'm happy for the Spurs fans, but I just can't go on watching this crap every single week. It is awful. Mafia Don says you're going out next round anyway. Let's see who we get first, shall we, before we talk about going out. Foxy has said Ange in. Where are we? So many comments. So many of you in here and so many comments. Sue Smith has said good night, or good night to you, Sue, as well. Good night. Jimmy has said, isn't it ironic Spence gets out of jail but can't play in the Europa League? Yeah, I think it was an appalling decision not to include him in the Europa League squad. Instead, he's taking four goalkeepers. Hotspur Ash, I'd sack him now if I was the owner, like right now. Me too. Matt Coppin, big up, Matt. How you doing? I said the only positive is Werner is injured. Look, I won't wish injury on anyone, but he is dreadful, isn't it? Panda Express said Ange was minutes from being sacked. Oh, listen, for me, it's a ticking time bomb. But you know, Sam said Ben Davis did well that game. Not for me. I thought him and Dragusin got pulled all over the shop. But each to their own. Can we talk about Gray being in right back? I don't think I saw him in that position any of the game. Again, it's the tactics, not leaving him at right back, leaving him exposed. I agree. Gary said, oh no, VAR just came back and disallowed the final goal on account we are boring. Ash didn't even celebrate. Lots of Spurs fans saying they didn't celebrate. I mean, it's mad, isn't it? It's absolutely mad. No, we won in the last minute of the game. We won in the last minute of the game. North London Narratives said, I think Potter might be our next manager. I'd take anyone over this guy right now. I'd take anyone over this guy. So I'm trying to get to as many as I can. This over Solanke. Well, Solanke's had three really mediocre games in a Tottenham shirt. It's early days. He's got a long way to go, but it has been really, really poor, hasn't it? Big up to Martin Knightsbridge. Thank you for the super chat, who said, that's the straw that broke my back. A lot of people are saying that. A lot of people are saying that's the straw. We were absolutely lucky tonight. Coventry missed chance after chance after chance. And Martin, they should have been clear. But we're through to the next round. And let's hope that we get somebody easier than Coventry. Let's hope we get some. If there's anyone easier than Coventry left. I just don't know what to say anymore. I really don't want to say. Big up to you, Martin. Thank you so much. Barry, I agree. I do think Kulu and Maddis turned the game. I thought Sun was non-existent. I thought those two changed the game. I think Maddison gets a lot of heat. He is so superior to Bergvall at this stage that when people say he should start, Bergvall should start over him, I just think it's silly. I really, really do. Savva, I told you on Tottenham Way, that's correct. But listen, I predicted a 2-1. We got the 2-1 by hook or crook. So no surprise for me. I'm surprised just how bad we played, but no surprise that we went through. Stephen D said, how is Spence not in the squad? Crazy decisions from this manager. Haaland said, everyone is playing within themselves, it seems. It just feels to me that a lot of them don't care enough. Like, it just feels like it's almost like he's an interim manager and they don't really want to play for him. That's just my opinion. I've never seen such a bad performance. The known guy said, I blame this on Coventry coach. What are you doing playing attacking while leading? Yeah, look, we should be winning games like that, right? We should be winning games like that. So come on, I thought Mark Robbins set his team up brilliantly tonight and they were very good, Coventry. I thought they were very good. Richard said Spence has to start next game. I can bet you my mortgage that he don't. Even in this game, when he changed his right back, he didn't even start him. Phil, big up. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he can't get a tune out of this team. Another shocking performance. He's saved by individual brilliance there, not by his management. Big up to those who are still subscribing. Thank you very much. We've just gone over 13,700, so I really, really do appreciate that. Thank you very much. That's much appreciated. And the likes, we've got just under 800, so please do smash that button. Rich Koberman has said he survived tonight, but give it the next 10 games and let's see if his luck continues. Ange out. Me too. I'm Ange out. I've been Ange out for a long time, as you know. I am Ange out. SOF has said Brentford will beat Spurs. So poor tonight. Agreed. Andy, I've never seen so many either, mate. At this stage, I wouldn't care. At this stage, I wouldn't care. Just to clarify, Savva, you're 100% Ange out. Yeah, absolutely, mate. I can't stand this manager. I cannot stand it. Rude Boy Sound. I mean, let me know what you think. I don't think I've ever seen such a bad performance. Those two goals have papered over massive cracks. James, big up, James. Hope you're well, buddy. Big up, James. Guys, girls, listen, unless I've missed any super chats, I don't think I have. Yeah, we won at last. Big up to you. Big up to everyone. Guys, girls, I'm going to be on with Tottenham away at 10:30. So it gives me 20 minutes to go and eat my Chinese. I want to say a massive thank you to everyone that's liked, everyone that's subscribed. We'll be back. I'll be doing a video tomorrow, but back on Saturday for the Brentford Watchalong. Hopefully you've enjoyed the Watchalong. I try and make it as entertaining as possible for everyone. Apologies if I flagged towards the end because 4 hours is a long time to go by myself. But much love. I really do appreciate everyone. It's who we are. Let's see what happens. Let's see the fallout. over the next couple of weeks. But I'm saying it. I want Ange out. He's a very, very lucky man tonight. And Brennan Johnson is the unlikely hero that has saved his blushes. As always, everyone, thank you very much. Please join Tottenham away at 8:30. See you later, everyone. And as always, come on, you Spurs.